Hello, Dex. Hello, S71 Ing. Sing. Hey, Red Devil. Just tweet. Oh, shit. Hey, Lilith. Hey, Kimmy. I need to figure out how I'm going to do this, because I don't really want to spend all day going through, like, every detail of VODs, so I think I need to find a way. Ideally, what I do is I watch two teams. If I watch teams at the same time, because, like, if I watch from stage 3 games, I think I get a good sense for two teams at once and cheat code my way through a little bit. Yeah, I think I watched this for mandatory. I can send you my antes for MDR and drop that if you want. No, it's fine. I just need, so you know how with like VCT teams, I will know, generally speaking, how much they buy operators and how much they use the Odin and how much they like, what kind of style of play they have, how fast and slow they are. My knowledge about tier 2 is very, very limited in terms of like knowing how fast people play, how structured they are and stuff. So I've done all my basic homework. I don't need anything that's deep like that. Like when I'm doing the desk, I will react to the deep stuff in the moment. But in terms of preparation, I don't think there's any point in me going too deep on a tournament that happened, you know, over a month ago at this point. And a lot of the rosters have changed and stuff. And I think me picking apart the deeper levels isn't really what this tournament's about. Hey, Hazel. Did the Leo team end up sending you their VODs and notice? Yes. But it's not something I'll look at for a while. Hey, Trubon. Will Ascension have the Abyss changes? No. I presume not. I would presume not. I haven't watched anyone yet. So we're going to start a mandatory. My basic prep so far for mandatory... is that like my basic POV on mandatory is that they're like, the interesting thing about them is they're one of the few like full national teams, which in a weird way might have some advantages in like the pressure situations where they're all native speakers. But ultimately the disadvantage with that kind of style is that individually they do at times lack a bit of firepower. Specifically on this roster, I think right now Kellogg's has always been a bit of a coin flip kind of player, and he can either drop 30 or just be very quiet. And obviously, he's going to have to drop 30 this tournament for, I think, mandatory to do well. Mike and Hip have been a little bit quiet in the stage 3. Hip in particular, obviously IGL, but like very, very, needs to make sure he's not just giving away rounds. The bright spot has been Takas recently. Statistically, he's been very flexible. And from what Enzo was saying, he's very plug and play in terms of his flexibility, very positive. Enzo was doing very well at the start of the year and kind of, still doing well. But I think at the start of the year, he was like one of the highest rated players in tier 2. Obviously, the Odin abusing recon player. Anything else? They got a very experienced lineup, even though they have like a lot of tier 2 players. They have like tier 1 experience coming through. I don't know how to handle narratives around experience though, because I think sometimes experience can be bad because it's almost like you expect to you put more expectations on yourself. And there's some teams I look at and essentially I'm like, I think the experience might be bad because the expectations. And some teams I look at the experience I think is very good, like Enterprise, because they still got that cockiness in them, I think. Map pool for this team isn't that strong right now, I don't think. They ban bind perma. They don't really have a map right now. Their map was Lotus until recently, in which they were playing like a gimmicky Cypher Deadlock comp, and then just got rolled the last 2 times they played it recently. This comp I don't think is the kind of comp that stands the test of time and might need to be relooked at. In general though, like there's no map that sticks out as like a good map for them right now. And I think the narrative is like they're capable of beating teams better than them, but ultimately at stage 3 they beat one team better than them and then just lost to the other teams that are better. So I think they're kind of a middle horse in the race for Ascension. Havelim. I'm very excited to watch Twisted Minds though. The problem is I'm not watching this game for you. I'm watching this game for Mandatory. Hey Ivies. I don't know anything about Americas. I haven't reviewed the VOD who I requested. No, I'm not going to do that until after Ascension. Veto is not allowed in Ascension. No. So you can see, as I said before, Takas has been frying with the deadlock. I don't know. I'm gonna start with the maps they win, and then go back to Lotus maybe. I don't want to spend all day doing this. I wanna have a pretty quick day in terms of prep. So I'm focusing on Mandatory here. Double Duelist comp. They have a they have a range of comps they like to play. Like they go from double Duelist to double Sentinel, to double Initiate, double Smokes. Like they don't have like that's one thing that I think that they maybe need to look at for Ascension is what is the thing they like the most? Like what's the thing they do the best? Rather than playing 4 different style of compositions across 7 maps or 6 maps. What is the thing that they can lean into the most? What's been the most successful for them? To me, it looks like having Takas on Deadlock has been the best thing for him. I also question Kalox's Yoru a little bit. I think his Yoru, I'm going to be looking in this game, but his Yoru stats are quite low compared to his other duelist stats, to the point where I'd probably even just play Jet if I was him. I see how it is. I mean, I want to watch you guys play. Like, I'm really excited to watch you guys play. I've done my homework. It's just that I'm not starting with you. Twisted Mandatory Attack. Doing the kind of Fnatic thing with the Yoru. Like, exploring A by himself whilst the rest just contain. There's gonna be a lot of. There's gonna be. This is gonna for like a VOD review. This is gonna be because this is more about my prep than the stream, right? So I'm apologizing that I'm gonna be skipping through shit really quickly.
Entries heavily stressed from the desk, and now another one lined up right in front of him. Enter the information. Kellogg's takes his time to strike. A blind.
So basically, Haven Mandatory. I'm hoping that these themes happen across maps, right? So Haven attack, Yoru used as entry lurk, a la Kayak. Which means they put a lot of trust into Takas, into Kalok, sorry.
Twisted Minds have a couple of players early doors on A, playing inside their own smoke, but Kellogg's.
Oh my god.
Playing inside their own smoke, but Kellogg's very quickly identifying the
That's
threat.
funny. That's kind of unlucky.
That's not. If the classics keep going the way they are, it might just be.
Right now I'm seeing slow and methodical. They get unlucky on the anti-code, to be quite honest with you. gonna skip the eco. Why am I skipping the eco if they win it? How's Takas got here? Oh, they did the smoke? That's kind of sick. That's kind of sick.
Use of the Omen smoke just to cover the alarm bot, and it has gone undetected by Twisted Minds. This is massive. Into the back lanes as well. Jesse has no idea. Ooh. 30 seconds using the recon as a distraction. Takas trying to line up a couple. He's the double. Oh, look. We'll be able to anyway, right?
Thank you, Zotox. Have you tried Cypher in ranked yet? I haven't done anything in ranked yet.
It's just the way in which it's happened.
Enzo isn't an IGO in this team, is he? I think Hip is the IGO, isn't he? Or am I wrong? It might be co-IGO situation. I know that they're very. I'll double check that question though. I would imagine it ends as like secondary IGO. Hip was IGO, now Enzo. Oh, okay. Okay. Enzo style IGLing. I can't remember, to be honest with you.
And all of that coming back to some really nice micro and good communication on the mandatory side to set up that garage piece.
I think, yeah. I think I was listening to an interview with him. That makes sense. Enzo IGL. I mean, he's a very good natural leader.
Sometimes all it takes, mandatory making sure that they don't get caught off guard. No way. There you go. Heart in the mouth sort of stuff there. Potentially teams be.
Okay, now we got ult. Euro ult C with server ult ready. Containing this side of the map. It looks like they're going for a fake, but I feel like they're not. They are. Why would you use two ults into a fake?
Exactly that. Kellogg's identifying, although finally a ping, but no capital.
You shouldn't use two ults for a fake, in my opinion.
Oh, this is a disaster. Exit doesn't have a shot. The flashes, they've got 4 of them, and that's 2 already used. And Exit taking so much damage in the meantime. Full stop. All the way.
I guess what I'm trying to explain, though, I don't really want to go too much into detail, but it's like, if you're gonna fake one side of the map, you want to use only like as minimal utility as possible to do the fake, right? Committing a Yoru server ult combo for a fake when the Yoru server ult combo is designed to get you a 5v4, it seems like you're mismatching the objectives, if that makes sense. The objective of this combo is to go for a 5v4, which means that you should hit this site because it's going to be a weak site because you've killed someone. Whereas it's almost the kind of greed you read about in the Bible to try and get a kill here and still use it as a fake. I would just use the combo to go, or save the ult for post plant on it. It works either way. It's just slightly. I think I would argue it's more inefficient. Like in kind of poker terms, it's less, efficient.
They need this round. The advantage is the health pool and the numbers, though.
Yeah, and it's the utility to come back in, which, let's be honest, you've got a paranoia and an intel dart, and already Kellogg's is taking your entry away. So overall, mandatory. They have everything that they need to get this off.
Hey, Kami.
With an operator, get out onto
all the rest of the play.
Hard work. Exit still has a little.
This feels like a Haven attack right now, though.
You don't have too much slow insight. We've already seen the stand. That's what you're playing for. And I think, Kyra, that's also where we want to see Exit perhaps step up a little.
What the fuck happened? To be fair, I think that Madri overthink this round. The mid rounding here is a little bit weird. They should leave someone and then go re-clear. But instead what happens is he TP's out and now we don't have A control and we just walk into another stack. Like we're not anti-eco, you want to like push and pull. Like you want to like spread the map and then see, oh, if we prod here, is there anyone here? And then if there's people there, we can just go here. And if there aren't people there, you just go here, right? They were essentially just doing map control and then blindly going somewhere else, which I think is a bit of a mistake. I'm not going to watch Prior Ascension, I'm working desk. So I'm doing desk. In poker terms, they're bluffing with the nuts. Yeah, they're bluffing with the nuts, that's very good.
Nice drone usage to get rid of the KG utility. But mandatory left. What questions? They need to be answered. Where do they go next?
Well, they don't have their entry, and they don't really have enough space here either. So Twisted Minds have body.
Yeah.
And Maggie set them just to be a positive.
I'd say like solid early round theory. Like solid early round theory. Script defaults. Mid rounds generally sound. Some efficiencies. Do you think DRG are mapped down in Ascension? I don't know who DRG are. Not being rude, I just like I don't like you're asking me about like unless you ask me about G2, PaperX, or Emea, I don't know anything. I have not had the time this year to watch anything. It's not me being rude, like honestly, like I am the worst expert at this game imaginable because all I do is watch the stuff I need to watch. They're at champs. I didn't know that. I remember Vucat, it was Demon 1's team, right? I'm sorry, but like, I'm not being rude, but like, my job this year has been to watch Europe and to watch the best teams in the world. And I don't think DRG are quite up there in terms of like, like in terms of like best team in the world, you know?
Has to remain stationed in this position. They can't afford to rotate an extra player here, Twisted Minds, and that's to be
the only thing is it is being very, very simple. A default, A default, A default. Up on attack side? Question mark? They do the typical boaster thing, which is like X B if you cancel a. Oh, Enzo fucking entering with the Odin.
Many had been waiting for this roster in the middle, and of course the clutch. Mixed investment, Twisted Minds, but they're trying to fight this forwards.
Yeah, they're trying to push it to the max. We're even going to run it back from Takash just to make sure they know where Jesse is, but he has a
Twisted Mind.
So they do have a strat here. They're going for. Are they going for C spells or just garage default?
Mixed investment, Twisted Minds, but they're trying to fight this forwards.
Yeah, they're trying to.
Might have just been a garage default.
Where's the Odin? This is a disaster.
Oh, turned in.
This is what's going to happen. Dimensional drift in and a hunter's fury available. This is what's typically the case. Straight away, Sad.
Oh, that's a nice Phoenix molly. They just throw that on the fly. Yeah, just throw it on the fly.
Dimensional drift in and a hunter's fury available. This is what's typically the case. Straight away, Sad is under a lot of pressure, a lot of utility. And Enzo is the one that's going to be able to get the kill. Players on the beat.
Ah.
This Elope aggression is working out for Twisted.
The Odin fucking neon spray.
And they're going to try and push the envelope towards the A site, which will work out.
How does this game get close?
Twisted Minds wanna try
going
Corner to be clear. Got to Kellogg's. It's a quick reaction, but then it all comes again.
What do you think about teams in Pacific Ascension? Again, I have no idea. You're asking the wrong person. I couldn't name you any of the teams. I'm a fraud.
Yeah, that's it. Make the second half unplayable for Twisted Minds. One more round.
The reason why I think that I can be a good analyst is because I work very hard when I need to figure out things. I'm not a good analyst because I know a lot, broadly speaking, if that makes sense, about teams. The only thing I only get to know stuff because I do my homework, you know, or because I have a long history with Europe. A healthy mix.
The mandatory are queuing up, and Zemo has so much to do with little utility left to do it. Recon on his position, flash to the face, spam not quite landing, but mandatory have dropped back to their final.
I swear I saw your door open. I was like, that isn't his front door. No, that's the door to go to, like, the way my flat is there's like some stairs that go up. And then there's like a little door here, which is then my room. So that this is me right here. And I have a cupboard. And then I have my bathroom here. And then the kitchen. So you're seeing just like the landing, I guess. And then if you go downstairs, I can leave my flat. That's my architecture degree coming in. I don't have an architecture degree. A ladder, stairs. Stairs.
Their Ascension hopes alive. He's going to have free reign over the A site, so at the
Euro and Phoenix is weird. Euro and Phoenix is weird. I'm not gonna lie. The Euro is so good, this kind of makes sense. You try and draw stairs on a 2D plane. This guy got 3 ults and a half. Okay. I describe their playstyle as mature. That's what I'd say. Call it mature. It's a mature style of Valorant. It's one of those intellectually mature. 131, Cypher A. FUD rotate. Do they understand that they have to get to A in time? They should continue this push. This guy should have been rotating it. They're late. Cypher A again. Oh, what's this? I like this idea. Like I can, like you can condition this wall a lot, and then always threaten the walk down is kind of interesting. I doubt they do it many rounds though. I think the Killjoy turret's kind of catfish anyway, because Yoros end up walking past it all the time anyway.
We've seen Sand like solo lurk these rounds where they play a 4-1 setup so many times. But Twisted Minds have to be careful.
What do you think about the Gentleman's run in VCT stage? Emea? I mean, they kind of threw. I didn't wish for Koi to be removed from the league. I wish they were more competitive, but they have a lot of fans, and I feel sorry for like Sergio and that lot. I know you said you don't really know Ascension too well. Do you have a team you're wanting to win or supporting, or any players like Enzo, Mystic, or Doma. Obviously, anyone who I know, like Enzo, Mystic, and Doma, I wish the best for. For some reason, I feel that Doma out of the three is the one that I want to succeed the most, because I still feel that he was given a poor treatment post Fnatic, whereas Enzo and Mystic had chances in VCT before and had played in Tier 1 post Fnatic, whereas Doma literally hasn't had an opportunity in Tier 1 since Fnatic, and I think it was unjust. I felt a bit bad because like we obviously kicked him for like not skill related issues, and I think it was overblown, and people seem to think that Doma was like a toxic player or something, when he really just isn't. So I feel like I want Doma to succeed. So I'm going to be supporting Doma, and then I think just it sounds kind of bad, but I kind of hope for the for the growth of EMEA as a region. I want there to be teams winning who are not established Tier 1 players as much, to be honest. So in a weird way, Enterprise is mostly established Tier 1 teams, but ULF and BBL Pacific, the Turkish teams, I think I'm going to be supporting, because they have a lot of Tier 2 talent, like rookie talent, you know? Are you like an analyst now on PaperX? I just consult with them as a coach, and sometimes. So I did it for Toronto, before Toronto, and I did it for Champs. I did it for Stage 2 and Toronto, and then Champs. Yeah. It's almost like we know, like the way I'd explain it is that we kind of know how a lot of these players from Tier 1, who are former Tier 1 players playing in Tier 2, we know where they are kind of sitting at when they play in Tier 1 competition. And so like it's kind of more exciting to watch players that we've not seen in Tier 1 play in Tier 1. Obviously, some redemption arcs aside. Are you similar to Anders for PaperX? Well, Anders is a full-time coach at G2 and is specifically a strategic coach. I do a lot of things that Anders probably does, but at the same time, it's a very different team. And my year, just sidetracking a little bit, Anders is probably the best in the world at what he does, and I think that for what he does, I'm very good at too, but I think he is slightly better than me. But I think there's stuff that I bring to PaperX that's like a bit more holistic, I guess, a bit more like if Anders was like helping PaperX, I think that like I struggle to talk with them in Valorant language sometimes. And I think Anders would struggle more than me to speak with them in Valorant language. Whereas when I talk with Anders about Valorant in Valorant language, we have a very good connection with each other, if that makes sense. Anyway, standard kind of default 113 Yoru. Phoenix on C. Phoenix and Omen switching here is interesting. I know it's very, very subtle, but in this kind of formation, this kind of 203, you would usually see the Omen being on this side of the map. And then I think I prefer the Phoenix being this side of the map because you can just collect orb over and over again. Historically, the Phoenixes was a garage player though, because you can flood in, like, use your walls to like flood in. You can molly plant, molly and fight. Like, so I do think the Phoenix here is pretty good. It's just the orb. I wonder if it's better to have the orb allocation for Phoenix. And then you would leave, the Yoru could TP and leave a Phoenix with a Sova. Yeah. It's just comfort though. I think this is still good. Yeah, just typical, yeah. Sentinel sick in 2021 gameplay here.
Mandatory in a really advantageous position now, 5 versus 3. But Sander's gotten so far out on C. It's these.
Oh, that's unlucky.
So you tell 1v4 about teams into the future, but
Nice little. What's that?
makes you wonder.
What is this? Why is he throwing? Is he literally just throwing it for here and then gonna punish with his own flash? Like he throws that and then just flash peeks long by himself? Maybe camera trap Phoenix Molly. It's kind of interesting. I don't think it works, but it's interesting. I think by the time the camera sees and he throws a molly, they just hide. Probably. I don't think the molly's going to be big enough to get enough space. Cubby molly, maybe a cubby molly. I was thinking more like an orb denial play, but maybe it's a cubby molly. That's an accidental kill. He did not beat it. Oh god. Mandatory were in control of this game completely. The fuck? I guess I'll be right back. Should I leave? I'll leave my stream on. So basically, long story short, when I first moved into this flat, the flat 2, whenever they took a shower, the fire alarm would go off. And so I had many interactions with the fire brigade over the first few months. And now flat 2 is moved out. They are doing building work there and drilling and redecorating and stuff. And so they set up the fire alarm by literally just like sanding something. Fucking stupid flat piece of shit apartment. Like, the only reason I'm living in this shithole is because I was technically unemployed at the start of the year. And so no one would accept me to live in an apartment, despite I would give them all the rent up front for 12 months. So a lot of money. And they were still like, nah, you're unemployed. It's like, bro, I got some fucking money. I can give you money. Let me give you my money. So I live in a shell. The UK housing market stuff is mental. I'm not gonna lie, I literally screenshotted my bank account and sent it. I sent it to an agency once. You know, I'm not like super rich, but I was like, look, I clearly have enough money to, you know, rent from you. I sent them my fucking Wikipedia page as well. Look at that, the back-to-back trophy winner. You telling me that I can't afford rent?
No, Hips left them all. Oh, sorry, Kellogg's has left Hip all alone. And Jesse is what maybe twist that. No, and I think that's the big thing. I guess like at the same time though, we've seen teams like that find success in the tier 2. I guess like at the same time though, we've seen teams like that find success in the tier 2. That was CGN last year. Maybe twisted minds this time round as San finds the kill onto Enzo, taking a 1 versus 1, and Mikey taking a step to brace up quickly, especially when the
Oh, they are doing the walk down. Phoenix walk down. It's kind of sick. Eco though.
Steady does both, but not twisty last year.
A big duel about to go down in grass to kick things off. Enzo lining up his Odin for a spam. Exit is the quickest out the gates.
Oh my god, you cannot drone there, bro.
The drone
Cannot be droning there.
Enzo knows his angles well, where Sikray would be setting up. Captain on captain, he's taken out.
Captain, my captain.
Towards the B side.
Enzo again.
Oh, okay. Well, that's actually a talking point then, because if Enzo is the IGL, Hip doesn't get the IGL excuse for playing poorly. So I do think that it's going to be important that Hip doesn't, you know, he needs to step up performance from stage 3. Am I still connected to Leo? I don't really talk to Leo much now. I should message him and ask him if he's right. But I haven't talked to him for a while. The last time I talked to him, it was when he formally announced. It was formally announced about him being too sick to play this year.
They know that that's the game they've got to play. Takas deep in the corner of grass. And Ozimo makes his 1 versus 5 attempt.
I have this Thai. Someone, I think Victoria gave me this. The Thai smelly shit. It's fucking good. It's fucking good. Like, I barely could smell anything, but this shit is it's nice. Oh my god. What's the Phoenix comp? It's just Phoenix. Is it good? It's fine. It's optimally, I think Cypher is not optimal, and I don't think Phoenix is optimal. But it's like it's fine. Like there's no point of being an asshole about tier 2.
Setting up for the retake. Enzo, the shock dart went all the way through. He's picked off Sand and the retake's in motion ahead of time.
Yeah, with the spike down.
Thoughts on energy potentially getting second? It's a very good pickup.
In range.
He actually hit it as well. Why did this go so poorly? I feel like Mandatory weren't doing the best at like understanding the win condition on Haven defense against the Viper.
But the spikes in the open.
As in, like, to set up your Cypher A against a Viper is probably a mistake. It might be anti-strat for the server ult or something. Wait, it's not even server ult. Oh, it is server ult, yeah. It might be an anti-strat against server, but like, if they lose this site and the orb goes here, they've lost the round pretty much. So in this formation, they should be looking to push out on defense to at least get a flank in, because they're not going to be able to flood quick enough, I don't think. So if you look here, they were able to get 2 people heaven, but at this point they should just be down middle. I do wonder if on defense, I talked about it before, it looks like they're a team that's going to rotate horizontally and not rotate vertically. So like rotating vertically means like pushing out and then flanking. Rotating vertically is obviously just playing horizontally, it's just like flooding. I would imagine in tier 2 you're going to see more of this and a little bit less of this. But this is where the best teams in the world make their name. It's like when the best teams in the world know when to do this versus this, teams that aren't the best in the world usually just do this. On defense specifically. Paper Rex almost like, I'm not gonna say accidentally, but intuitively understand this stuff. And I think people misrepresent what that means. They think that they're just running forward, which sometimes they are, but it's actually very high tactical stuff. Who can Heretics get? LaRock is a pretty good shot. Who invented the term vertically rotating? I think I did, to be honest with you. I don't know if I've heard some people use it. Because whenever I do anti-strats, like one of the things I would say, like I would do like an anti-strat for like, let's say defense attack. I'd do like 2 pages. One page would be like very detailed stuff and one page would just be like just a few basic notes. And on this page, one of the notes would often be, if it was a team who just rotated horizontally, one of the notes would be, guys, they just rotate horizontally. Or if they didn't, they actually pushed out, I'd be like, guys, watch out for the flank. They actually do fucking push out and shit, you know? Push through flank, yeah. Push through flank is fine. I just like the idea that like it conceptually saying vertical rotation makes it feel like because it makes it feel like, because it technically isn't a rotation, right? But at the point in which you should be asking, should I be rotating or not, is the point in which you should either be pushing or rotating, if that makes sense. So I like the word vertical rotation because it makes it puts them both on the same level, and it makes it like a tree where it's just like, oh, it's either this one or this one. Whereas when you say push through flank versus like rotating, it almost like puts them in 2 different categories, I think. I think because people don't like pushing out or vertically rotating because like it because it's dangerous. They think it's dangerous. Like it's obviously safer. You're not going to die rotating this way, are you? You're never gonna die. But the risk reward is like usually pretty low. And then if you do end up rotating this way, and then the other team freezes, you then lack all the information. And so if you're playing against a team that does this rotation, you can always be 1 step ahead of them on attack if you can abuse that. Like if you just put out a little bit, you take control of the map appropriately, put out a little bit of noise, freeze or fake, then they're going to be completely confused. Whereas if you're a team that pushes out, then you actually can hear and see and have more information. Whereas by rotating this way, you basically are admitting that you're going to lack information. Rotating this way is very strong against teams that hard commit a lot. And maybe don't have the best XX. And there are some teams who are very good at doing the kind of horizontal rotation, the normal rotation, because they just get very good at fighting on site. Like Foot historically have been a team that literally was just flood. When do you rotate vertically? When horizontally? It's very context specific, and that would require like a 3-hour YouTube video. I'd have to think about it deeper for me to be able to to simplify it. I don't think there is a simple answer to that question, and if there is, then I'd need to think about it for a long time. Generally speaking, you want to push out. I'd say if you cannot get to this side of the map in time, you would want to push out. And if that side of the map is a site in which you can't hold easily, like if you can retake that side of the map easier than you can hold, then that's got loads of implications. If it is a safe push through, and if the push through also gets you information and allows you to cheat your rotation too. So like if you pushed out here, just to like here, and then you were able to cheat your rotation. There's too many variables for me to It's a good question though, because I'd have to actually think about it deeper. I just know on what maps I would want to push certain areas on certain timings, I think, and against certain comps, I guess. But I've not really thought about how to teach that to like someone in general rather than specific. Like with Paperworks, when I joined them, I told them a few of them where I was like, okay, can we try pushing here on this kind of timing? Because I just know it's good. And I know some of the logic as to why it's good, but it's too many specific things rather than general. Did they just buy up as soon as they could? Yeah. I think Flynn was saying they didn't up as much though. It looks like heavy up though to me. I'm not going to be watching. So my plan for the off season is to do my Ascension work for Emea and then just figure everything out. I want a break though. Like I don't want to sit around just watching tier 2 for the sake of watching tier 2 when I haven't had like a holiday this year really. Well, I had one holiday, I guess. I want to actually live my life a little bit. So
last big chance before Twisted Minds can make a late lunge for the lead of their own. Operator's been brought up by Kellogg's. He slots into sewers early, playing in front of the Viper wall. But Twisted Minds are eager to re-clear this space.
They are, and that TP is about to expire for Kellogg's. Well, he's going to replace it, but this time it's much closer. If he TP's away, he's basically in the same line of sight. Zemo with a quick trade, and Enzo spam.
what does Enzo spam? He gets a kill for up there? It's pretty nasty.
Zemo with a quick trade, and Enzo spam even takes the advantage.
But Twisted Minds put in position with this lockdown and now committed to the site. The captain forced to fight. Long he goes.
You're telling me this gun ain't broken?
Long he goes.
It's so stupid. Like I know they've made a mistake in their swing, but you shouldn't be punished that hard by an Odin for that subtle mistake. Yeah, I'll do for the offseason. I'll do GC and like Ascension stuff for sure, like reviews, and I'll do like third-party tournaments. But my focus should be on R&R. Like I this year for me was supposed to be a break. I ended up starting the year by doing casting with Pansy, which was the most terrifying and daunting experience that I've had in esports. So like I kind of started the year with a very different vision as to what I thought I was going to be doing, which I thought was nothing. And then I did desk work, streaming, and I was doing consulting work, right? So like my year turned out to be very different than what I was planning. And so I do need to kind of take a step back and relax a little bit. I'm sure I will review some Envy VODs eventually, yes. They're trying to fight, but they don't know.
Mandatory's chance to close it here. But it's the IGL who's caught first by the ult and exit quick to close the gap. 4v5. is the we want true and with actually 2 overtimes in the last 2 maps of
Oh,
played
instant
by
push.
Twisted Minds, and they're looking to be heading in a similar direction unless Mandatory can bag themselves the fruits of this aggressive
That
maneuver down
worked.
middle. Started off by
I would say that this kind of thing, after being abused so much on A, I probably wouldn't have used this ult to push.
finished by
I'd be scared they just finished A, put orb down. They've only got 1A.
and keep their man advantage.
I thought that Twisted Minds would just keep going A.
Foretold of overtime, but Mandatory looking. Cass is ready to play off this drone.
Mandatory always masters of their own destiny. From the group of death up until now, it's on their own terms and conditions. It's been a torrid time for him, and it feels infallible at this falling space. But he has the
Yeah, a little bit of a bad finish for Twisted Minds there, but
closing the distance. Second shot.
okay, right, next map, Ascent. Was there anything about that I missed? What have I written down? Creativity with off-meta agents. Yoru uses entry lurk on the attack. Maybe not understanding full win conditions on defense. Op and Odin abuse. A mature attack style. Solid early round theory. Scripted defaults. Mid-rounds generally sound. Some inefficiencies. With inserts. Healthy mix of defaults and all in. Opping on attack. Defense lacking pushouts. Decent ult theory. Decent ult understanding. Scripted rounds. Okay. I've written a bunch of stuff that I can look back at for this map too. Oh, Jesus Christ, this comp. That wall doesn't get B main, right? It just goes from here to here. I don't think I love this wall. I think I prefer it covering B main. But then it doesn't let you play aggressive. Let's see how they use this wall. I like the wall down here. I think I like it more towards like here maybe? These walls maybe? I can't remember.
Pretty split up attack with only Sikri being towards the B side. I wonder if that's the fake out pressure. You can see that the info dart starts off outside of the map, so I wonder where that one's going.
Should be
Oh, it's going to pizza.
finding its way over in just a second.
Trap middle though. I mean, I don't want to get too much into details, but doing a pistol round that loses to a trap on middle is generally not a good start on Ascent. Like, I'd say 50% of the time you're going to see a trap middle defense pistol, and Twisted Minds are just basically walking into a 2-2 trap. And they should lose, yeah. The best thing to do on Ascent attack, if you think they're going to trap, is to just basically send a tiny bit of info this way, and then be ready to just send it on extremity. Can't you do Viper Wall 8 from A short all the way to B main? Like this way? Yeah, I think I prefer it that way though, and then put the orb here probably.
To be a bit of side bias towards the defense.
Yeah, it's interesting too because usually
This version's interesting, but I prefer it cutting this part off, I think.
backside pistol is so much more important.
So, Twisted Minds attack and how they want to prioritize. Because the past few rounds have been pretty cut.
Deep orb B main. I don't hate it, especially on this round specifically. They're using the orb as like a deterrent here, and it allows the A main to go up and push behind the wall, which is strong. I think as a default idea, I don't think you want the orb this aggressive, but I have seen teams do stuff like this before, and it can be annoying when you don't have like, when you have this kind of composition which is about contacting space.
How Twisted Minds have been stopped.
It's another composition.
And then you have a wall to go through, orb to go through. Just denying this aggressive, like they're playing like a bunker comp, but basically bunkering slightly more aggressively. It's kind of interesting. Like I don't mind it.
From the playbook of Fnatic. And in terms of
It's better than just sitting back the entire round and doing nothing.
slower default rounds, occasionally a situation
How's G2 so good with the chamber vice comp? Because they don't leave gaps as much as other teams on attack.
the B site,
They understand the win conditions.
kind of working
Why don't you see Clove pick more on competitions? Because Clove doesn't do anything. Clove has no stopping power and does not have cross-map support.
out for them. They've just got to respect
Astro is still undervalued, for sure.
Kellogg's cropping up in the feed early again. A huge thing that we've talked about all day, and honestly, he has delivered.
Guy has. The thing
And so even with the Ares,
sprayed out.
Managed to catch man.
This is the thing, right? Zemo does well to buy towards that B main.
That quick execution more than any might be what they're looking for.
they're just playing Deadlock Viper as aggressive B main agents. I don't mind this, like using the net and the orb and the spit and the sense. Like you have the first aggressive layer, and then you fall back. I do quite like it rather than just playing, hey, we're gonna just bunker up the entire time. I think this is good. Also, putting the pressure on the side of the map that is actually harder to hold. So like you put like a layered, you kind of go 1 layer, 2 layer, 3 layer. You force them through like multiple layers. And then each layer delays and then allows for rotates. And then this side of the map, you don't want to play retake on this side of the map, so putting your strong bunker agents on this side of the map makes sense. And then if you're in a retake, then you're in a retake kind of thing. I quite like this. I actually like this approach.
Initial net though, and the strong refreshable utility that Mandatory possesses that makes it a problem.
Nice from Kellogg's to already close the gap and now make
And then proactivity can happen on the other side of the map with your Yoru. You can even do this stuff and then have the Yoru just play up behind it too, and it just adds layering. Like soon, Twisted Minds are gonna be like, fucking hell! Like all this stuff is being used on us. It's hard to go through, and then they could just stick a Yoru behind it.
B main because they have nowhere to go. They have to fight forward or fight behind.
Any questions? Gaming are beating at DRG. I don't know who any questions are. Oh, it's Simon's team. My god, someone dropped a fucking 30 bomb. Can someone explain to me how this is an overtime game? How the fuck is this not just a brutalization from this team? I guess DRG won both pistols. Is the guy just life gaming or what?
And with this wall deposited and right, sorry, pistols in hand, it is real.
Pistols.
Looking to
And then also they regroup middle here. I mean, I don't think it's necessary on Anzico 5v3, but I like the fact that they're proactive off of it. Like again, they've got a bunker style comp, but they're not afraid to take some space.
and
Minds have their full buyback.
Yeah, and you can see the setup immediately as well. Fighting heavily for mid, leaving the A site open if it was an execute from main. Kellogg's already found himself just outside of tiles, and so with Secret investing this ult, he was trying to challenge him directly, but caught by that first ping, TP's all the way out.
Well, Sand and Twisted Minds have found themselves a main, even putting a trap down to make sure that they have signposted the space, the operator on the other side. And Twisted Minds now start to get to work elsewhere through mid, but there's still 3 bodies here for Man. And Twisted Minds now start to get to work elsewhere through mid, but there's still 3 bodies.
I prefer Vice Chamber than the Fnatic, the Paper X Vice Sage. But I think Vice Chamber requires more understanding. I think Sage is underrated, for sure. It has always been underrated on this map. Sorry, I missed this rank completely. So B main stuff. Now Mallory can just play 3A because they presume that they're not going to fuck with B anymore. Vice ulting A is rough. This gun is so stupid.
Only real bit of utility left.
That is the big part. Mikey waiting to bust out of shot, and well, with Jesse being distracted by shot, it's allowed the players out of heaven. They've even got a pick for it. Now a 1 versus 1, which Hickson actually uses a dimensional drift to reposition up towards heaven, is allowed to get half out on top of Jen. Does Hip even know? Does he check it?
Oh my god.
The shot he doesn't hit. Both players taking boatloads of damage, but it's so
It was a nice try from Exit. I think he deserved it going top gen. To me, it feels both comps are too readable after seeing demos. G2's comp, I don't think is I don't think so. I don't think so.
Was focused on that one lane. That's why the Odin got so much value.
Oh. I have to give, yeah, Mandatory a very good odds.
Of the groups,
commentators and analysts get to see what the lay of the land looks like in terms of team strength, in terms of creating a bit of history before we set up into.
Why was Mandatory? Were Mandatory not very good at this map, despite?
But got so much information off the back of it.
This is the first
How did they?
that we get ops out on both sides.
What happened in this game?
The Sans ultimate is in play.
See, I liked it, what they're doing here, but now I'm gonna have to be like, well, if a team beat them 10-2 on their defense, what the fuck happened? Okay, so I'm gonna skip to attack. And I'm gonna watch quickly how they got owned on the other game.
Even after suffering a heavy
They're making this. They don't have passive info, and so they need to be careful about. That okay.
There is a reason, Hazza, and the reason I'll get
one presence of
pounds and a half that can be as
Kellogg's has.
The fuck. Ugh. I don't love this wall. I think I just like the wall that goes across mid.
Starred in the entries, we've seen Mandatory do so well. +5 over.
I think I prefer this wall than this wall as well.
All in this series, plus 6 on the previous map alone.
I don't know. Long story short, I think I prefer a wall going across somewhere around here.
Him interacting with this sentinel utility, has the fake outs, going to want to try and trigger the trade
There's nothing interesting on B you can do.
mark or the vice wall as much as possible. It's up to Twisted Minds to layer it in a way that makes sense. So they have progressive cover, that next and exit playing right behind it. His own TP to head towards A, which is heavily stacked for Twisted Minds, as it should. Mandatory are arriving here.
So this just ends up being like a glorified mid smoke. Basically, this part is it's not the most important thing in the world. When you're going A anyway, you just use an omen smoke. You're not like looking. You shouldn't need to smoke anything else. So you kind of just need the omen smoke here. It's not like you're getting value smoking anything else. The only thing I can think of is that like you get spare smokes for fakes, and then you could do like double smokes heaven or something maybe. We cannot watch the DRG game. No. I'm doing my work. This is work. This ain't me. This ain't for your pleasure or enjoyment. You're watching me work.
The Yoru even as well can get on such aggressive lines and move out with relative
Heavy fast middle default is possible with the Viper wall like this.
Age-old combination and Kellogg's at the forefront. He's the one bit of gap close that you've got to get in the face of Twisted Minds. And challenging B main here, flashing out, Twisted, trying to take the fight.
If the micro was better, it works. The recon needed to come in earlier, and then they should like if they recon earlier and then flash, then they don't have to commit out, and they can kind of like commit one player, and then the rest can just spam through smoke. But instead, the recon is only just landed, so they have to they're committing. They're too dead before they get pinged. I'd prefer a slightly safer version of that. I don't know if the arrow is late or the flash is probably early. Flash is probably earlier. Could you see Viper and Vita comps being viable in Ascent? Yeah. I think Viper is generally viable on this map. I think the same problem comes in when you're playing comps without a Killjoy or a Cypher, is that they struggle to understand how to deal with deal with the fact that you don't have passive info on your attack side. Simon's team won. I'd be so funny if Simon's team like makes it to VCT and then fucking just dominates CDG.
So if Jesse makes a single sound, fires his gun, makes a step, he's going to get stunned or at least be on the edge of it. Recon drops in behind and that's what kills him off. Seals his fate. Mikey making picked up. Have combination hat tried with that. This is who's next? Very quick opening. Once again, Mandatory doing the exact same thing that we expected them to do. It feels like old FIFA, right? The kickoff glitch. That seems to be what Mandatory are trying to go for. Old doing the exact same thing that we expected them to do. It feels like old FIFA, right? The kickoff glitch. That's the analogy I was going for. Thing like they've waiting to see them come up against a team that doing their job. Actually, it might be the last that Twisted Minds end up taking. And it's looking like the case. From the roster.
Okay, quickly, last thing I'm gonna watch from Mandatory is why did they get fucking slapped around by ULF on this Ascent when I thought that their defense was looking kind of cool here. So defensively, just very quickly to explain. I'm not talking about the new patch. Wait, they can't do a wall that actually goes across. Well, it doesn't actually get across properly, does it? Does it? Why don't they do that wall? Are they doing that wall? They might be doing that wall. So they're using the Viper at Deadlock as like very aggressive, annoying agents on this part of the map. And then they have... I didn't even realize where the server was, to be honest with you. The Yoru can just go wherever he wants. We need to see him more B main too, and then like have one of these agents actually just like probably the Deadlock can play like A whilst he does that. But this is a general idea, so I quite like this idea, but they get slapped by this by ULF, so cuts off all your mid info. I mean, I don't love this wall. Because I don't think this part of the wall actually does anything. I think I prefer it like this. And then you can use it to scale back into middle. Scale back in.
It is quite simple in a
Going bad. It is an opportunity, right?
But they cut it off, so it doesn't actually go
Coming
across.
into this is the
Very
map
strange.
pick, and sure, Ulf have success.
Unless
It's been really close maps.
Valor Plant is wrong.
Times, even double overtimes. So don't count Mandatory out just yet.
The other thing is Sova can act as one of these agents and throwing in shocks here. Like, it doesn't need to be Viper and Deadlock every time. I wonder how they cross-map support with the Sova. So this is the first time we've seen that team just get straight through the double Senti stuff. The other thing is against the KO knife can just come through and just disrupt the entire B main plan that the Deadlock Viper has. So maybe that's part of it, is that like these two cannot play this game plan as easy when a knife literally just exists that can just go through the wall and break them both. And so what happens when you're a team with a lot of structure, it's in like you can see this team has a structure, like at least one layer. If you play against, the question is, have they practiced against teams that have ever broken the structure up and kind of identified the problems? Because like if I was doing this on defense, I'd be like immediately like, well, what's the things that we might struggle against, and go to like the worst place possible, be a pessimist, and kind of figure out what just beats us. And like the KO knife is like gonna beat them here. And so then the next layer is, well, what do we do against a KO who's like abusing us here? Like, what's the next layer to our style? And so I'd be interested to see if they have a next layer, if they do get knifed a lot. It's why like good practice is good, because that's why people say losing practice is good, is because you presume that if you're losing a practice, it's because something like that has been used against you, and you kind of then learn layers, you know? Sometimes you just lose practice, but like losing practice against something like that is actually a very, very good thing. You should call these God reviews.
also create space in short mandatory respect, and look how far backwards they drop, especially not knowing what's going on around on A main, but again.
Hello, Kukuka, how are you? This wall does not reach A main to B main. Oh, okay. Valor Plant's just cucked us then. So TLDR, we're looking at how did ULF. I had a mandatory look quite good on defense last time with a style that I thought was pretty cool. And now how does ULF just say fuck you? So B main fast into some kind of A. So is the answer you just disrespect the Viper Deadlock B main and actually just work around them? Kalos gets punished middle. This is nice from ULF though. We'll watch them more. We'll watch ULF later, but ULF for a team that's very young to do a B main into a B main insert into A main prod B split finish is very fucking mature for a team of youngsters. I'm very excited to watch this team. I'm very excited to watch this team play. They're doing some shit that's like this ain't easy.
He does have the help of Hip around if it is going to be needed indeed. It's necessary. Takas close by. Double right click, double kill. Hip does get caught though. Unable to trade his life. It means that
I'm actually pretty pissed at the moment.
when it comes to this post plant.
You're drunk
Thing is, how far away Mikey is going to give him
at 4
bit of
p.m.
time to get comfortable in towards this post plan. Neki is
What do I think about the DRG loss? I think
now
they should disband because they're the worst team in the world.
helps a little. That's equalized numbers now.
Mad and upset.
Broken
How can we help?
from both sides. But the wrap around
Your idea with the wall on mid and tree makes more sense. It allows potential for reclaim mid. Save the omen smoke or tree.
catches Enzo
Yep.
on the wrong foot. Mikey then let's go out into the open, but
Manages to get back more value from his positioning.
I must wait a moment.
And that's something. Apple said on the desk.
Sorority.
Predicting how well mandatory are going to be at dealing with
Sorority.
this KO. They struggled with it in the past.
Echo trapped in the grav net.
There's no one to help.
I don't know what sorority is.
Not for Duff.
Are you saying sorry?
I was gonna say prime opportunity.
In a moment like maybe getting
I don't. Yeah, you're not derailing the VOD review because I feel I feel no sympathy for your struggles. If it's your friend's struggles, then I'm not really asked, to be honest with you. So the VOD review is back on track. You know, if you said that you had some problems going on, I'd be like, oh shit. But if it's your friends, I don't give a fuck about your friend.
forced to the a high-low setup. But spotted by the Owl drone and already traded. Enzo sticking to his guns for a little.
There's
longer.
cheating involved. Ooh.
Seek cover to the back of the site, thinks
I don't care. I literally don't care. I don't care at all.
landing near him, the traded it.
Okay, so the B main stuff happens. A main default.
And already traded it.
Is it just good trades happening?
Substantial damage. Another
Good pressure, good A pressure.
key. To be
Is it just a firepower thing?
Near bonus that they online.
Not a strategic thing?
Be able to dismantle.
So ULF are avoiding the B main stuff and just having the cipher. Oh, Echo.
It's a boost.
Oh, my boy. Okay. I've answered the question in 4 rounds. I asked the question, is it just a firepower thing, not a strategic thing? And then the upcoming best Sentinel in Turkey just says, yeah, well, I'm the best player in the world.
The funny thing is,
Yeah, I'm done. I understand. Firepower potentially a problem sometimes for mandatory, but not a problem from ULF. We're done. We've answered questions. I love when I answer a question in 4 rounds. Cheating, Vanguard takes care of that. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. You're such a green flag. I'm a green flag. I think what I was doing was a yellow flag. I think I'm a yellow flag on that front. Having no empathy for people that I don't know is probably a red flag. I mean, I guess I don't care about gossip and drama. That's a green flag. Unless it's people I know, then I fucking love some drama. Okay, firepower question mark. Twisted Minds. So now we watch Twisted Minds play. And this time, we obviously watched them win a game, because that's what you should do. The fuckers didn't win a game here. They beat Mao's, though. This is, honestly, the most annoying thing about this tournament is that Mao's aren't in it. Mao's are good. Mao's are fucking good. They won. I feel like they won enough during the year to justify. It's like, how did they not get to Ascension, man? Look at their fucking team. I mean, don't look at the team here. It's only Fizzy, but Fizzy. If Fizzy's not in VCT next year, then I might come back as a coach and pick him up myself. Like I'll get someone kicked. I'll get one of the coaches kicked after kickoff, and then pick up Fizzy, and then retire from coaching again, just so that I get Fizzy into a team. Like, there's no way he's not in VCT next year, surely. It's kind of unfair, man. Look at this guy. Look at him. Just always there, man. Okay, what are Twisted Mind's good at? They're good at Lotus, right? Nasty, nasty, nasty Lotus team. Haven, they're hit and miss. Bind. Double Judas. So I watched Lotus and Bind. Can't be bothered watching Haven. Bippo goes 30 and 18. Let's watch some Lotus. Thank you very much, Proj. Proj Horizon. Raid from Project Horizon. What is Project Horizon? Is that like a thing? Oh, it's the VCTCN English. Ooh. Who's casting? Is that I forgot the names. Am I going to vote for you all 8 Ascension teams today? Hopefully. I might die by the end of it, but I'm hoping to get through all 8. Zobi and Rigor. Was it... Did Ryan used to do it with... fucking... What's her name? Sam? I want to say Sam. I can't remember her name. It's annoying me. Fuck my life. Anyway, I hope you guys had fun watching the games. What happened? DRG lost, right? I'll be honest, I don't recognize anyone from these teams. I'm such a noob when it comes to any other Valorant. That's not something that I need to watch. Fukashu. My boy. What happened? I mean, DRG can still win. How many slots? Just one. Jesus, it's rough. Oh, Samantha. Yeah, Sam. Yeah, Samantha. Yeah. What's her gaming name? I forgot. No, Noari? Noari? That's what I'm thinking of. Okay, I don't understand Arabic. Okay, Twisted Minds are attack side. So, okay, let me read out what I've got for this team. So, Rod were supposed to be Ascension with this team, but Rod had some... are not going to be here. Twisted Minds, I think this is like the most promising mana team maybe ever. At least compared to Rod, like they're up there with Rod. And like Aves is the only player who's like broken through and like made a name for himself. But I think that there's definitely players here like the Saudi players on this team are actually very good. It seems like they are the carries of the team. I think Exit, Sand, and Zemo all have the potential to like pop off. I think the MENA region is actually very Yoru pilled. Like Exit started the year, apparently he was having a bit of a teething period at the start of the year with Yoru, but like now it looks like he might be the best Yoru in Ascension. Statistically looks very strong. He looks very comfortable. He's very confident. Sand is a very strong Sentinel player. He might be my player to watch on the team. I think that he seems like just a very strong Sentinel player. They played Chamber on some maps and he was doing not so well recently, which might need to be something to be looked at, but in general, he's very good. He plays that kind of alpha year Killjoy Raze kind of role where he like switches to Raze if he needs it. Generally, Zimo is very strong on Viper right now. His Viper stats are unreal. I would say in general, he's like a little bit behind Sand and Exit in terms of like stats, but like when he plays Viper, he's very strong. And it seems like Twisted Minds do well when he's playing Viper, is my read right now. In an interview, Exit was saying that they played better than most of the other teams in terms of like structure. They think that they're a pretty structured team. So that's like catnip to my ears because I fucking love a structured team. They also avoid double initiator quite a lot. They're double duelist, double viper, double smokes, or a chamber team, which again, catnip for me. I fucking love that. Flynn is the analyst. I've talked to him before about data and stuff, so I'm not surprised why they have good strong team, good scouting. Map pool, Lotus Gods, Bind is good. They're not seeing Abyss. Need to work on their ascent a little bit. Corrode is 3-0, but there were OTs. So they've got some stuff to look at their map pool, but it's not that bad. I think they're like a dark horse team, basically, with this event, for sure. Are you going through Ascension VODs for scouting purposes? No, I'm doing Ascension Desk. What do you look at for players when scouting? I basically go to VLR, and then I was looking at Cami earlier because he was in the chat. I go to VLR, and then what do I do? So I do this. I go here, I click stats, and then the ones that are up here are the ones that I say they're pretty good. and then we interview them, and then if they seem like they're not a dickhead, then they'll get a trial. And then if they're okay in their trial and seem like they get on with the players, I don't care how they play in the trial. If they've got stats like this, then I'm like, I don't care how you play in the trial, just don't be a dickhead. And then yeah, and then they can become a Fnatic player. Hopefully the stats here are like, you want to see ones that are like way higher than the ones below. So like if it's alpha year, it was like, okay, he's 50% better than this player. And then it's really easy. I'm not lying to you guys. If coaches use stats in the most basic ass way, they would scout better. Is that how I scout alpha? Yeah, alpha scouting was he fucked us in scrims. And then I was like, I've not heard of this player. And I looked up the stats. I was like, oh, that explains why he's literally a 290 ACS raise player. I think he's pretty good. How we scouted Durka was, oh, he's a 300 ACS jet player. It's not that difficult. It's just people were stupid back then. And even nowadays, people are still stupid. Like, I don't know why Fizzy's not on a team. I also don't know why Alaronte isn't on a team. That guy's always got good stats.
اختاروا انهم يضمنون التأهل للبلاي اوف التشالنجر وعلى كل الاحوال هم متأهلين
5A.
وبالموز
Nice little idea for Bows, but it's really hard to trap A. So unlucky.
بالضبط موز الان طالعين وهد هاي كده لا هذه في الجولة في النهاية اقذف راس الحرب عليها دي
So this is like a strat. So this is like a fake. It's going to be like a fake on B for these guys to lurk out on A, I think.
عرفوا عن مكان لا المفروض يطلع بي تي بي اوت كذلك سايفر سبوت
So yeah, making it feel like it's a heavy B. allowing these players to get a timing.
اللي هو كذا بريشر عالي حطوه توستد مايند ناحيه فرونت بي.
So I'm already seeing strats. Do you think nepotism plays a big part in why some players get chosen over others? Yes, but nepotism it's a controversial take. Nepotism isn't always bad. Like, in a team environment, one of the most important things is having players that you get on with and good chemistry, right? So to be nepo about it is pretty good sometimes because you know that chemistry is good, you know that you're going to get on. The reasons it's bad is when they just decide, like, the reason when that kind of stuff is bad is when you're just picking up like old tier 1 players and recycling them, right? But if there's a very specific reason why you're picking up a player in terms of like chemistry and like getting on with them and stuff, then that could be good. If it's at the cost of picking up a 290 ACS jet player, then obviously you're probably fucking up. How do you scout recon innies that don't usually have the best stats? You scout them against other recon initiators. You compare that, you contextualize the stats, obviously. Like I was being a bit of memey, but like I was being a bit of a meme earlier. So like you obviously don't compare duelists to fucking recon initiators. You compare recon initiators against other recon initiators. And then, you know, if a recon initiator stats are like pushing through to duelist level stats, then you're like, oh Jesus, this guy's pretty good. That's what we did with Brave Af was basically he was just a bit of like a there were other players that like were more obvious picks to get that basically we couldn't get. And then Brave Af was one of those players like shining through on the stats from tier 2 a little bit, you know? Like he was pretty good. His stats weren't like the best of all time, but they were pretty good. And then when we trialed with him, he seemed like a nice guy, you know? And ready to learn. Is May the best player in the world? I mean, he's one of the best players in the world, I think. Oh! We need a replay of that. The trap again is not going to work. Because that trap does not work. 2-2-1, good BC defaulting. This team's good, man. This team is good. Like, knowing how to BC default, like BC default, and then also knowing how to insert, like how to lurk off of the BC default. This is all, like I know it's not like the most complicated thing in the world, but it's all very good signs. I don't think that lurk, like in terms of individual play, I don't think that play was what you're supposed to do. Let me explain. So BC default is like you're trying to control this, and by controlling it, you're basically going this way and crunching. But at the same time, you get to default out stuff here, and then you also get to condition BXX. So like if you use the Prowler here, then you could be also like 5-manning this, and so like you could throw in a BXX later. And then at the same time, depending on what pressure you see here, this player can lurk out, or what pressure he sees here, what pressure they see here. So if there's lots of pressure here, he can walk out. If there's no pressure here, he can walk out. So there was no pressure here, so if he walks out, he should just be walking out to here, and then waiting for his team to then start figuring out if he should go for more. He kind of fucks up by going into like a very risky position here, Zimo. So right here, he should just be waiting now for his, because the team hasn't seen anything here. They need to continue to put pressure on and figure out stuff, and then he should start lurking when he needs to actually do something. But he starts his lurk before the team goes through this point. His lurk should be activated more once they got to here, and then they make the call, like, oh, Zimmer, can you go open the door and start faking? We're gonna hit C. Like that kind of thing, you know? But like, because his team is here and not here right now, this death is also not good because they could just immediately just hit C right now off of that pressure and info of like, oh, they're still playing quite aggressive on A. We could just hit C. But instead, the team is stuck behind a fucking smoke still, and so this death becomes pointless, you know? Thoughts on Dynasty, we will get to them. Yeah, also against the Yoru, it's, yeah, like against the Yoru, the lurking style needs to change a little bit. But this is still, like, to see them do a 2-2-1 default in itself with a comp that's pretty good, much better than the breach style comps that we see in tier 2 usually. I am quite impressed already. Like, from what I've heard in interviews and what I've kind of seen and felt kind of in my basic ass research so far, I think this is a team that I'm going to enjoy watching. Even post plant, they've got like kind of interesting stuff. Thank you, Prodigy. Nice Killjoy Nano. Nice C default this time. See, lots of pressure here. This player needs to start working it now. So he does. A bit unfortunate here that... How did they get trapped here? They just get a bit lazy. He full spams, goes for reload, and then the trap comes in, yeah. Yeah, a little bit unlucky. Finally, one of Mouse's eco traps works for them. So BC default. So now there's a decision to be made. Like, if they feel there's a lot of pressure here, then he should be coming out. But the problem is the Yoru's already out. So this becomes a game of opening the door and trying to just fry people on a crunch. So Twisted Minds don't want anything to do with that door opening because it kind of implies there's probably like an op or something. They're worried about an op, just like watching that line, I think. That's the pressure this Yoru comp can make. It's kind of annoying. And the Viper can't solo out because it could be just a Yoru just out here. If Lime hit that, probably round over. As soon as Twisted Minds gets this space though, the CXX becomes strong because they don't have like this comp doesn't have any good C hold. Like there's no orb and there's no Killjoy Nanos, there's no Vice Wall, there's no Vice Thorns. It's literally Cypher or a double stack. Lime's had a couple of opportunities. Do they call the B split here? Are they smart enough to call B split? No. And they are now, surely. I think that now Twisted Mind should be... They should be taking A heavier at the start of the round now. After... as soon as this op gets out, I think. Because they don't look comfortable going into Mound. So just make sure we establish control here, and then we can go back if we want to. I think would be what I'd want to do. Again, still slow and methodical. Thoughts going into these post plants as well. Like they don't just plant and then run away. They actually do stuff. Doesn't this door just immediately break the trip?
بدينا سيت اب لا اخلاقي.
Surely that door breaks the trip, right? The door opens, it dies, doesn't it? Which player from Persistent Minds interests you the most? I think Sand and Exit both seem very strong to me. I want to watch Exit's Yoru, and then Sand on the Killjoy seems very strong. Did that kill from this? That's crazy. Do you think they can make it to VCT? I mean, it'll be difficult. I think they're at that course though. They don't quite have the experience of, say, like Enterprise, and I don't think they quite have the firepower of, say, someone like Pacific. So it's like they do have some experience, they do have some firepower, but I think that like they do have enough to go to win VCT, to go to VCT, sorry. But like they're going to be slightly behind, I'd say. In terms of strategy, they seem pretty good though. They seem to have a pretty good, solid game. Hey, Badgy. Got some ideas ready? How will the meta move? If it moves, or just gonna be way slower sometimes? I'm basically what I'm doing is I'm preparing for Ascension, and I'm not really giving the current patch too much thought. I don't like the current patch, but I haven't really given it much thoughts in terms of like implications on style. I think I've thought about comps and agents I'd like to play a little bit. But I'm basically gonna do Ascension and I'll come home and then maybe think about it a little bit deeper. But yeah. The 60-second smokes and 60-second recon is basically the biggest. It's like, do you bother smoking at start of the round or recon at start of the round is basically the question. And I need to figure that out. I'm not sure. 40 seconds. Oh, 40 second smokes. What has it gone up from? 35. It's not. Yeah. Hey, Fred. Yeah, I've not really thought about it. I've not really talked about it with anyone either. So I'm not sure if the game will get slower. My presumption is that the implication on agents means that I presume that it's going to be more duelist-y kind of agents or Viper. And then even like Veto Chamber kind of agents. And so depending on which comp you play just depends on the speed. So if it becomes like people just keep playing double duelist because it's strong, then obviously the game's going to still be fast. It's not going to slow down. I think that Breach is kind of dead, so I don't think you would. I don't think you stun if you mean like Breach. I think Breach is fully dead. I can see Viper comps, like double controller comps with the Viper. Veto being kind of strong with Chamber, and then I could see double duelist. I don't see like I need to have a discussion with someone like Anders about this. About how it works in other games or trading card games or even like other like League of Legends stuff. Logically to me, if initiators have been nerfed really badly, that doesn't mean you should supplement it by now playing 2 initiators. Like, if you know what I mean? Like, if something gets hit hard, you say, oh, okay, we accept that it's hard to play those agents now. You play one of them. Like I think playing two of them because you can't do as much with one of them doesn't seem logical to me at all. Like it's interesting to me that like Boo put the tweet out about like, oh, my hot takes that double initiator will still be will need to be played because like I'm just thinking, why double down on shit, if that makes sense? Like why would you double down on the bad agents? I could see like Teo kind of like G2 in a weird way with the Teo. I could see it working because Teo's like not being touched really, right? It's interesting to me Heretics' read on metas, because in Teo meta they thought that you needed Teo and then like another initiator, not a breach. That's weird. Yeah, I think Viper's still strong. If Vito didn't exist, if Vito and Chamber didn't exist, I could see like double duelist with double controller being really strong. Like you play like if Chamber and Vito didn't exist, like in a world without them, I could see like Yoru, Waylay, Fade, Smoke, and then Viper. Like I could see this being like used like every single map. But because Chamber and Vito exist, I feel like it's you probably got to think about them a little bit. Oh yeah, Harbor's getting reworked too. Minus Waylay plus Chamber. You think Chamber... I was thinking about this the other day. Chamber and Vito. Like, you could use the Vito to, like, set up the Chamber, right? With the ability suck thing. I don't often dream about Valorant, but I was like kind of in my like hazy sleep thing. And I remember thinking about the Vito kind of ability suck ability being able to help Chamber. Oh, it's tech? Oh, okay. I remember I was like half dreaming that like, because I'm not in Anders's Discord, but I remember thinking, oh, this is the kind of shit that like I bet they're talking about in his Discord right now. Vito Chamber. We found it, guys. We found the next meta. Am I still working Paperworks? I do contract work with Paperworks. And so my contract, I don't know, actually don't know how my contract works, but I'm technically, I'm not with them, I don't think. But that doesn't mean that, I need to figure out my off season and next year. For what it's worth, from what I understand, they very much enjoy me working with them and would probably be open to me continuing. Just need to figure out. There's some things in the off season if that I want to talk to Alex about, even if I'm not working with them, because there's some shit that they need to work on, I think. These fans begging me for help. I actually didn't get yeah. Fans that have asked before, like Gentleman's fans, seemed quite excited. Usually European, it's the EMEA teams. EMEA teams who are usually the ones who the fans start tweeting stuff. Smirking. Okay, the smirk is because a lot of teams have obviously asked what my intentions are for next year. And I think that if you weren't a team asking my intentions for next year, you're probably either in a very good position or a little bit silly. And it seems like 100 Thieves aren't silly. Yeah.
صحيح بنوامين ليس بنوام زين وقف فيها بيك على بيبو ساند ما زال مستمر جاب فيها بيك ثاني على بنوكس دبل من رصيده يتبقى لاعبين فيزي واليري
Hey, Emma. Nice to meet you too.
يوري كيف مستحيل في هذه
Were
الحالة
you one of the people on the day in which I was like
8-4 ونهاية الشوط
outside
كنترول حاضر اللاعبين توب
getting bombarded?
طلع فيها اكزت من تحدث الشوط يوري تيك مستحيل في هذه
Yeah,
الحالة ونقول هي 8-4
it was a mistake by myself. I didn't realize what was going on. Just had to get aiming control more. I like this team, man. I like this team. I like watching them play. I'm so bored of Lotus, and I've seen everything on Lotus now, but they have like every time I'm thinking about the next logical step they probably need to start trying in their default, they're doing exactly the kind of things that I would be trying to solve problems with. Very nice to watch. Solid Valorant team. Why are you watching Lotus at the map pool? Is it at the map pool for Ascension? It's on the champs patch. It's on the champs patch. It's not going to be out of the pool. The GCC's in like a fucking month though. No. Like this, yeah, it's not the new patch for Ascension. If it was a new patch for Ascension, I wouldn't do the desk. I couldn't figure out that. Actually, I would do the desk, and I do no homework whatsoever, and I just react to everything. Hello, Panda. The thing about Vito Chamber, the way that I'm seeing Vito on defense right now is that I think it's almost like impossible to play it like a chamber where like you're trying to I think if you're trying to play it like aggressively like this, like you just can't do that. Like I think the TP's too shit to do that. But if you just play it like an anchor agent and then you just use the TPs to escape, then you're fine. Because obviously on like a site hold, you take a peek, hide behind a corner, and then TP away. You're Gucci. But if you're like playing like open off angles in like intermittent space, like you're fucked, I think. Because you can't TP out from this to there. Like it's just too difficult, I think. You could do stuff like if it's like this angle, I feel like you could hold like an angle like this and then hide and then TP away, if that makes sense. So some angles you probably can get away with. Because like you're not going to get run down quick enough to TP out here. But generally speaking, you can't just play like a chamber in my head. I think it's too difficult. If you get caught at all, you're fucked. So like I do think this, you're kind of like an aggressive anchor. Oh, Sandra's Egyptian. Why did I think I need to do I need to make sure I got my homework done. I thought the 3 players were Saudi. Ah, yeah, San's Egyptian. San used to play for Rod, right? Yeah, okay. So then there's the two Saudi players, one Egyptian. Russian Czech, yeah, okay. As a head coach, you train players like their aim or anything that's related to mechanics? Very rarely. When I head coach, very rarely. If I notice a player has a tendency in their micro that I think they need to work on, then I'll just talk with them about that and maybe give a suggestion. But it might not be aim. What is MENA for a region? Middle East and North Africa.
ريسفيد يتعمل تاني يعمل حبة دامج ولكن ما يأثرش على لقاء المباراة وتبدأ دلوقتي مرحلة الريتيك.
Yeah, I mean, it is a suggestion. I mean, I'm not suggestive when it comes to strategy a lot of the time. When it comes to strategy, I tell them, you fucking do this thing or I'm gonna... You're kicked. But if it's an aim thing, who am I to tell Durka how to aim? You know what I mean? Who am I to say, Durka, you know, you can't aim properly. You gotta do this way. Like, it doesn't really work like that. The answer is because micro stuff is less... It's very hard to be prescriptive about it because you don't know the answer. So, like, my suggestions would be, like... There's clearly something happening here. Like, with Magnum... Something with Magnum was he was struggling with, I say struggling with back shots. Struggling at killing people in the back on lurks. Like, he got a bit too frantic with his aim. And so I spent some time suggesting ideas to him and saying things that I used to do when I used to play the game and trying to sympathize and empathize and trying to feel out that. I don't think I ever got to a decent solution with him. I think he always still had that struggle when I was coaching him. But I do remember it being more like a suggestion thing, you know. Can you actually kick a player? There was a suggestions management. I had enough respect from Colin that I think if I said we need to kick this player, he probably would have, you know, had a discussion with me about it. It would never be out of the blue. I would say we need to kick this player. Me and Colin like talked for, you know, we'd check in and have lots of talks about where we thought the roster was and what the expectations for upcoming tournaments were and like things that could go wrong and things that like opportunities in the future of like players we might be able to get or if things went poorly, like what things we're looking at and stuff. And so like he knew my thoughts and I knew his thoughts when it came to which players we thought were struggling on the team or like might need if they couldn't up their game or we couldn't help them, like who might, you know, need to go or if there was potential in the market to get someone, how that would work and stuff like that, you know. So I joke that, you know, so sometimes it might have been more me. At the start of Fnatic, it was more him because like at the start of Fnatic, obviously we brought in Summon FC, and so the initial changes we made was like him highly suggesting we kick 2 players, which I agreed with, and had to convince Boaster at the time that it was a good idea. Trap play. It's nice that was set trap play. Actually, the better trap play than what Mouse are doing because they actually have season aid. Fucking farms, man. Hard to clear out the round, but they still managed to almost. Interesting. So Omen being used as the actual mound player. So Killjoy gets freed up to play more of the center map player. This style is very good against a team who tries to abuse CXX because you get the orb and paranoia to hold. So I mean, if Twisted Mind saw the Omen here, I think they should be... If Mouse saw the Omen, they should probably be exploring this side of the map. Because you know it's going to be Omen and Viper anchoring C right now, which is pretty hard to exec against. Yeah. As I said, pretty hard to exec against. Sam was Ava's duo. I do remember Sand actually. If you place the TP in the right spot, you only need to turn it like a little bit before jumping. Can you TP whilst you're jumping? And then the second question is, the TP takes some time to like wind up. It's not. It's a bit like an Omen TP. I think you got to think about the TP like an Omen TP rather than a Chamber TP or a Euro TP. And Euro TP is already kind of difficult. 2 seconds, yeah, like you it's really difficult to justify playing super aggressively. It's like if you're gonna play aggressively, you have to be playing in a way that like you have cover. So like if you're able to get to like behind this, you're fine because you can sit behind the cover and TP away. If you're playing like an off angle like here, you cannot, like you're fucked. If you're playing like weird off angles, you're fucked.
بيرد عليه بجارديان يرد عليه بودن.
One and done angles are not, yeah. One and done angles are not safe for Vito, I don't think. Again, I've not like, there's probably coaches who, like Fred in my chat, like who have actually done their homework and looked at all this stuff. I see those patches and I get overwhelmed and stressed and want to kill myself. And I'm just like, I can't be bothered to look at it. So I've not sat in the server testing anything. I'm just like, I can't be bothered. I'm not a head coach. It's not my job. I can't wait until I watch Emea next year and they've all figured it out for me. And then if they haven't, I'll whine that they're all noobs. You can jump at Garage Wall and TP to spot grass. Okay, so you can kind of do a Euro TP, but it's probably more dangerous. I haven't played any ranked on new patch now.
كومبو رجوع على
The tier 2 level is definitely getting better, I think. I know that we are watching them on their best map, though. So there is some of that in my head, but in general, I think the level's increasing.
يلا يا جيسي وفانجلان تشيك تحاول يسوي فيها شت داون مكانه معروف لكن حتى الان ما مات اليري لقى فيها بيك اب ناكس يضيف كل على جيسي ممتاز سكري داخل سموك ناحيه ستيرز طيح فيها بيفو وقلص الفارق ساند وصل من ناحيه ليلينك حاول يطلع بسبام ثرو كيج لكن بدون اي دمج يوصل 2 في 4 دوبل بال 2 في 5 كنا قريبين لكن الخيار
صعبة
المنطقي
شوية.
والاحكم هو السب
بالظبط. الكوني بتاعنا لازم يكون قرار كويس جدا. مفاجأة
Sorry.
خد 6 سنين. جيسي قرر ان هو يحافظ على نفسه ما يضربش ولا طلقة. منتظر فلاش يخلص. انفينيت لوب. راوند رقم 18 يفاجئونا بيها صراحة فريق موزة. يخشوا على طول ياخدوها سي سايد فيك على البي ومن بي
So I get distracted by Rage Bait on Twitter. It's good Rage Bait though. It's about Europe, about Crashly's winning trophies only in America.
لعب لا اخلاقي ولكن في المرحله دي يلاقي لاين
Huh?
يخش يبعت كلون سبري داون ولكن يفتح مكانه ما يقدرش انه يفلش نفسه صندوق اكزيت دبل بيك من ناحيتين غير متوقعه وفعلا قد يروح لصالح سي بص
Okay, Mao's not lost. Mao's not lost. Bind. Let's watch some Bind. What have I written?
بلايز انتصروا فيها ماوز، فكتيم بلاي وضعنا افضل. ديسايدر بايند واثقين من توستد مايند فيها. البدايه من عند جاك راي يلقى فيها وضعنا افضل. ديسايدر بايند واثقين من توستد مايند فيها. البدايه من عند جاك راي يلقى فيها
I like this too. If they got caught here, the instant TP and he could probably get up and hide before the exit.
بدايه مهمه جدا مثل ما ذكرت.
No, why you?
على اليري يتفوق بالهيد تو هيد.
This makes no sense to me. The reveal happened, nothing here. He TPs, he should stay. I don't know why exit is TPing.
توستد مايند في الديفند يعتمدون على الفيرست بلود اول 10 ثواني ل 20 ثانيه.
Makes no sense.
فيها فيرست بلود فاحنا متاحين جزاء كل الضغوطات. جاسي او نبي فيها ثاني يريد يلعبين ناحيه الكبير تم داون عند ماوز وغالبا نشوف فيها كريشن ناحيه البي. فكان هيد كويك كيلر ثاني سيرفر سبايك. مقابل توست مايند 30 ثلاث لاعبين ناحيه لانه ما انقذوا منهم يلا. هو اكزت.
Mouse look kind of stiff to me. I think that's the problem. They're kind of stiff. I'm only commenting on Mouse because I think I was surprised they didn't make it to Ascension.
وكذلك سكري ساندلي اوكي بتكونوا قاعدين نشوف الايام الاخيره كلها قاعد يلعب سنتنل وكنترولر. ترى لا في خريطه بايند دائما يلعب ريز ويقدم مستوى مع
Sand's a fucking sheriff god.
صار يلعب سنتنل وكنترولر غالبا ولكن في خريطه بايند
I think what I do today is I get through, because I'm going to be working. I work this day, but I don't work this day. So I think I'm going to get through all these teams today on stream, and then I'll watch all these teams tomorrow before my flight off stream. And then I have that in my head clearly. And then when I go work this day, I'll then have to relook at whatever happens here. I think that's going to be my plan. Where am I heading? I am doing Ascension in Berlin. I'm on the desk. Yoru showers with shallow TP. Raise fade A. Brim Viper B. Not the biggest fan of this. I don't hate it. They just have no pressure on this side of the map. It smokes, which is odd. And then I don't know where the orb is either. Did they put the orb here? Looks like they haven't. I fucking hate the UI for the orbs. I can't see it at all.
بيتم اكزت يخسر حياته ولكن بعد ما سكري يعمل تريد نوكس من الفلانك هنا بيزي لكن تريد بايسان سكري يكون حاضر دبل ساتشل جاهزين دخول بالنيت شيل لكن سكري يكون حاضر ساندي يحصل لنا على اول كلاية على بيبو وسبليت يكون بيتم اكزت يخسر حياته ولكن بعد ما سكري يعمل تريد نوكس من الفلانك هنا
Sand is just good, isn't it? Was he good back with how good was he when he played with he's playing fucking smokes. He's playing Senti here. What? Has he just like leveled up his game? Like he's not bad here, but he's not like he's not. I think he's just leveled up. Exit's always got stupidly high ACS. His rating's always. He's like an ACS player though. What is it that he struggles with? Does he just have high, lower KD? No, something about his rating's always slightly lower than what his ACS is. Like comparatively. Like this ACS is usually up here. But his rating's a bit lower. Sand is always doing it well, but he's not like doing as well as what he is right now.
2v3 2v2.
He's a Senti. No. It's not about him being a Senti. Like compare um, like these stats recently are like he's played a little bit of weaker competition here, but this is a lot higher than the stats that we saw earlier, you know.
زيمو لقى فيها بيك على يلا زيمو كلتش ال 1 في 2 ممتاز جدا ببوش.
وحش بونص عشان انت ما تفهمش الشريف دوت ما بتلعبش غير في المينا ريجن.
وده اللي سواه سان في البدايه عموما.
We should fade Prowler through the showers.
ماوس باربع لاعبين ناحيه الشاورز. مسألة وقت انهم بيصيرون
Sand has ult.
مقابل توستد مايندز نفس
There's not a chance he doesn't kill someone here shortly.
فول سيف فولي باسف لان عندهم الجان ادفانتج. هذا جريسبري طالع من عند لاعبي
Unlucky.
بينشلز عادي تمويه اوكي دبل بينشلز. اراكم
بينرف
معاكم
نفسه.
بشكل كامل.
من دلوقتي مولي تأخير بيحصل من موز ولكن نبدأ بالريتيك دبل ساتشل ومعانا
It's nice from Mouse though. This round's nice from Mouse. Internet? Hello?
طالعين بفول بايند.
Okay, now Viper plant short. Okay, I prefer this.
هذه الجوله انا اتفق كثير من ناحيه ايكونومي. اكزت ناحيه الشاورز نبغى سبورت لو يلقى فيها كلوب ممتاز جدا يلعب انتي ناحيه الشاورز
I think it's hard to play Yoru this way. So you need to be closer to corners, I think.
جدا يلعب انتي لعيب شوت ولا اروع على ليري. لكن لاين وصل بالثريد.
I like how he trusts his teammates just to break everything though.
حلو البوت دوت ما واخد فلوس هذا. دلوقتي دولست اتنين مقابل واحد. خدوا دولست ما زال في كمان دولست.
Wait, if they swap roles, does Zimo should be on Viper, I think, here. Why Zimo on smokes here? I think Zimo's too good at Viper. I don't know why they switch roles like this on this map.
نيفر مايند الفرق العددي معهمش سموكر.
زيمو خذ فيها كنترولر. بريورد نوكس يتبقون فيزيو لاين في مواجهه اربعه من عند توستد مايندز. اثنين منهم ناحيه السي او عفوا ناحيه البي. السي اللي للاسف خسرنا فيها بطريقه غريبه في هيفي لكن جار الدثار. زيمو ناحيه الكوبي. مكانه متوقع في سنيك وايت حاضره عليه لكن في النهايه في كروس لاين لقى فيها بيك وفيزي دروب داون لقى فيها بيك على ساند وعادل الكفه. لاعبين
معهم كل حاجة ولكن من ادفانتج كمان كان موجود صعبة.
Bit of a throw arena.
ريفلو
نفس الوقت قبل لا اشرح الكلاتس اللي متواجده احنا بدينا ندرافت تقدر
جيسي تعمل عليه
First push I've seen them do, but it was Eco.
بالسايد
Fade shards. Yeah, I think this is all nice. Raise on B is interesting. Usually raise A is just super strong because the nades on these chokes and then the denial is just so good, and then you could play satchel truck. And the boombot's just generally better than on B. But the fade is nice here for just shit like this. Even just that info is just nice.
فاضل مع سموكه واحده زيم يبدا ياخر بيها، ولكن دخول هنا دايمنشنال ريفت من لاين ياخد بيها انفورميشن على السايت نيد تمنع دخول فريقه، ولكن ياخد بوزيشن كويس كده في الكونتينر. واستعدوا للريتيك.
Oh, that's a nice season. Mouse, man. Mouse. Oh. Reposition on hooker. Brim rotates. Good Prada. Good horn. What the fuck is Bippo doing? Hey Joe, bro. What are you guys watching? Noodle Raid. APAC Ascension? Oh, what's happening over there? Nongshim. Didn't they start out? Oh god. Why have they changed all their roles or something? And then it's like in who is it that's sick again? Someone's like can't play or something. Persia, yeah. Fuck me. Persia not being able to play is a pretty big deal. Potter. I mean, France is apparently pretty good at Euro. At least today he was. I don't know this team at all, to be honest with you. They swapped all their roles around, right? Ivy. Yeah. Strange role changes. You sound sick? I'm just talking with the slightly more mysterious voice. I'm not sick, I don't think. I have I think I've got like a chest infection, which I forgot about, so it might be that. My sinuses are fucked. What we're doing is I'm doing my homework for Ascension, Emea Ascension. So for reference, the teams are going to be we have a very good Ascension, honestly. So these are all the teams. The favorites are BBL Pacific, this team here, ULF, and probably Enterprise are my top three. Turkish team, random Turkish team that you wouldn't have heard of any of the players. Turkish team that you probably should know. and then Doma, Zeke, Killers, etc. But I'm going through each team. So we watched some Mandatory, which is Enzo's team, and now we're watching Twisted Minds, which is a Mana team. They have 2 Saudi players, an Egyptian player, Czech player, and a Russian. So just going through and looking. Is Pacific the favorites to win? I think so, but like I don't think people realize like it's a bit of a wide open tournament. So like if you looked at like what happened at stage 3, like EULF are just banging on foot in the recent like Red Bull home grounds, and then like it's stage 3. BBL Pacific didn't make it out of the group. Like they had a rough group. Like Mandatory managed to like somehow just like get through the group because of a fucked up like it was pretty fucked up. Like it was a 3-man group and 3 of the best teams were in the same group. So like 2 of the favorites of the tournament didn't even 2 of the favorites for Ascension didn't make it out of the group. So they're still a favorite, but then Mandatory went through, and then ultimately this ULF team just shit on people in the grands. And then this Dynasty team also just kind of came out of nowhere and did quite well too. So it's a very wide open Ascension tournament, but I still think that ultimately it's going to be Enterprise, ULF, and BBL Pacific who are the favorites. Yeah, the ULF firepower is pretty good. The format, the format's much better than last year, but this format is awful. This is terrible. They need to relook at this. But in terms of like the actual, each region actually plays against each other nowadays, whereas last year it was like you just played in your fucking same league until Ascension. That was really bad. Top 4 seems to be single limb. Is it? I should know this. I can't remember. Yeah, it's single limb. Yeah, but that's... I think this makes sense, unfortunately. It just makes it easy. Ugh, but it's kind of, I know what you mean though. That is kind, yeah, I know what you mean. Because you could get 2 of the best, the 2 best teams could end up playing each other here, and then the 3rd best team just ends up winning here. We don't have a grand final because what happened is there's no point of having a grand final because these 2 teams will play each other and nobody cares. The real grand finals are here and here. So like we're basically calling this the grand finals. These are the grand finals. There's 2 grand finals. Having these 2 teams play each other literally would be the most pointless thing like ever. Honestly, who cares about a trophy? You made it to VCT. Like giving someone a trophy when you have made like, I mean, it's no lowers is kind of, yeah. I think that's a genuine complaint. It's not about like you guys are saying it wrong. A lower so another team has another chance is better though. That's not the reason. The reason is because these 2 might be the best teams, and only one of them gets to go through. These 2 could be the 2 worst teams, and then one of them goes through. Like that's the reason to have a lower bracket here. It's not because, hey, let's give another team another chance. It's, you know, this could be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we send the 3rd or 4th best to VCT when realistically it could have been one of those teams. Yeah, split the trophy in half. Look at the APAC. I'm not going to do anything. I'm doing my work. You guys are just joining me, watching me work. I'm not here to entertain you. I'm just doing my work and you're joining me. That's the vibe for today. We're watching Twisted Minds. We just watched them play Lotus, and their Lotus was very nice. They have very good defaults, pretty optimal defaults, to be honest with you. They kind of understood the layers on attack, and then they had pretty good defense. Now on defensive bind, they seem to actually have like pretty optimal theory. It's a bit of weirdness times, like a little bit of weirdness, but generally very solid macro understanding. I'm kind of flicking through like shitty runs, like eco-y kind of runs. Lotus, they play double. They're like one of the teams that don't play much double initiator, which is what I love to see. Because a lot of tier 2 teams love double initiator because it's a lot easier to play. And a bit more easy for like scripted tier 2 teams. So that's fine. But ultimately, it's not that strong in the meta right now. So it's nice to see a team that's just like playing more towards the meta, both in terms of compositions and the way they're playing maps out. Seems very strong. Like they've taken strong stuff. Actually, I'm not having the best game on Euro, despite me saying that I think his Euro statistically is like very strong for him. So a bit of an off game. But he is getting flushed the fuck out of all these spots. There is something weird happening with those one and dones, where it's like they're not kind of on the same page. It is bind defense though, and bind defense can get a bit weird. I am not watching Emea Ascension on stream because I'm going to be on the desk, and that's why I'm doing my homework. I'm not watching this for fun. I'm watching this for my job. Who calls in Twisted Minds? It is Sikri, the Russian player, the Russian Fade player, I believe. Are you an Enterprise fan for Doma? I'm a Doma fan for Doma. So I guess so. I will eventually get around to watching other stuff, but I explained it earlier. This year was supposed to be a break for me, and so I'm in no rush to watch more Valorant. I prioritize R&R once I'm done with Ascension, because I've had a busy year, despite the fact that I was supposed to do nothing this year. I'm very fortunate to have had a busy year. I'm very thankful to the opportunities I've had, but I haven't done much nothingness. They end up winning a lot on flood retakes on bind, which is a very good sign for a bind defense team. Attack side, weird wall. Same weird wall Mouse did though. Elbow strap? No. Double TP, TP back. Fuck up the post plant. Showers default. Eco, I don't care. How are you able to go a whole year without working? Because esports pay me enough money that I could take a year out. I was basically hoping to go even. Like I would do some broadcast work and do some streaming and Patreon work with Siggy that would end up hoping that I would just go even. And I didn't go even. I made a lot of money this year. A lot of money compared to, you know, like assistant coaching last year, I think. Not a lot of money compared to, you know, like inflated, ludicrous salaries sometimes, you know, but still decent money for the grand schemes of, you know, compared to like being a graphic designer, you know. I did end up doing a lot of work, yeah. Yeah, no chicken nugget salary from me. Maybe chicken nugget compared to what I could make. Like if I wanted to go back to head coaching, I'm sure I could make a stupid amount of money, but I'm not really interested in killing myself. That sounds so bad. I'm not interested in killing my mental health. I need to stop with the slightly off color jokes. I was a graphic designer before I was a coach, yes. I made £24,000 a year when I was a graphic designer. I make a bit more than that now. Less than current minimum wage. Yep. I was a middleweight designer, but I worked for cultural institutions. I worked where there was no money. I worked for museums and stuff like that. So I worked on cool stuff, and basically you earn no money because I worked on cool stuff. How did I get into coaching? I used to play Counter-Strike a lot. And I used to think about Counter-Strike a lot. I mean, a cool job, yeah, but still a job at the end of the day. Work is work. These guys just shower defaulting. These guys are shower default team. If they're a showers default team, I might have to take back the nice things I've been thinking about them. I don't like shower default teams. Coaches famously don't shower. The reason being because, okay, if you compare where you can default on this map, like, you can't really default short. You can default hooker, you can default long, and you can default showers. Defaulting long gives you access to the TP, which means that you can immediately go back to showers anyway. So defaulting long is probably one of the most common. Defaulting hooker is a bit dangerous because you can be TP crunched, and then once you have hooker, they can still re-clear you out pretty easily, and it's kind of hard to get out. Whereas here, you're safe because you can either run away or you can take the TP if they kind of re-clear you. So defaulting towards long is probably the best idea, and then some teams like to pressure hooker, like prod hooker. And generally, there are defaults where you can just sit back and do nothing. Hard defaulting showers means that you're putting time and resources into the side of the map in which it's the longest rotation time to go back to what is strong on the B side of the map. The B side of the map, long is the strongest point. So you're defaulting the side of the map that literally is the highest rotation point. And in reverse, if you default this side of the map, you have the best part of B, and you can immediately take the TP and get showers immediately afterwards anyway. So by defaulting showers, you are putting a lot of time and resources into a side of the map that isn't going to give you much after that. Having a player or two kind of try and insert or take showers is generally a fine idea, and then you can use that to kind of activate a splits later on. But if you spend the game doing 1-1-3 and then taking this, all the other team needs to do is stand a person here, stand a person here. They hold the line, hold the line, hold the line, don't give it up against that one person. And then at about 1 minute 10, just put a prowler through here. Maybe put a prowler through the TP. And just do that a couple of times, maybe 1 minute 10, 45 seconds. If the player is still there at these timings, they are going to finish A because nobody keeps showers and then rotates loads of people towards B. So it just becomes like a bit obvious, like easy to play around. Yeah, but the biggest point is like it doesn't give you it doesn't give you, it's like better to do this mid round, I think. Like, again, you got access to TP here to come showers anyway if you went long. But the other thing is like if you're doing like 3-1-1, this player can just walk showers mid-round if he wants to, and might be able to just get in for free, which is better than just putting loads of resources into here. I don't hate the Yoru +1, and the +1 then rotates away as soon as the Yoru kind of goes in, and then a Yoru can also TP away the other side of the map too. So you could kind of default showers, and then just with 2 people, well, like basically 1 person, because the Yoru can act as like a person who can do both sides of the map at once. But if you're doing a 3-man showers default, then I think it's pretty hard to like. It's pretty readable and pretty easy to play against, and it doesn't give you, it doesn't open up the map for you. It basically means that you should go A because you have showers control, and then if you want to go explore B, you're gonna be winding down the clock massively. So like this, I'm okay with. Like if this guy was going up to take showers here with the fade, and then did this TP back, like this is a fine showers default. But ultimately, it's not a showers default. It's like it's more of a, it's actually just it's secretly just a B default with just some showers shit. You know, is the Viper default on short not as good anymore? There has never been such thing as a short default. Like you can, what does that mean? A short default means you get to here. If you're in here, then you're already like, that's not a default, really. You're in. A default is about trying to take map control, right? So the only part of map control you can get on short is up to this box. And you can do that with a Viper just walking down mid-round. You don't need to have a bunch of people trying to default short. In Fnatic, we used to throw Gecko Flash here to try and clear for the short push. So kind of a pseudo default, but it wasn't exactly we were taking map control. Whenever I think of a default's like taking map control. But I guess on the counterpoint is that we sometimes call like, I would call like, if we had like people here, like this, I call this a do nothing default. So in Fnatic, we had a few do nothing defaults. Apologies to everyone who had to watch us sit and spawn for like a minute. Especially on this map, because sometimes you start to get information with do nothing defaults that allow you to kind of still choose where is easy to go or where not to go. And also it's very good against a team that's pushing a lot, and you can just react accordingly to the push. There were a lot of teams who used to do this kind of do nothing default style on bind. Because ultimately you can still, on bind, if you 5 exect, you're still in a pretty good position. Was the do nothing default the strat that made the famous 5-man save on attack bind? No, I think that was us fucking around showers. I think that was a showers default start into fucking around too long. So this was just a fake showers pressure into full BX sec. Nice, again, like a nice opening idea. They had the same kind of concept on Lotus where they're like faking B and then like walked at A. It's like nice little fake openings. Why default in the first place?
وفاز هذه
Just push site. If you just rushed every round, the other team can stack the site easier and has easy timings to hit util on you. If you yeah, like you're more likely to run into 3 people if you just rush all the time, and you're more likely to get hit by huge pieces of util, and they're going to start using their util in a way that's just designed to stop you from execing. So that you'll get a molly here, you'll get smoked off, you'll get nades in your head, and you'll have 3 to 4 people on you. You default to make it not so obvious what your intentions are. The reason why in ranked people don't default, and I don't advise defaulting in ranked, is because you're not playing with people that you've played with before, and you're not able to talk about the ways in which you want to exploit the map. And people can't use utility to help each other. It's much better to just do 4-1 in ranked and just have 4 people rushing and then 1 person baiting or lurking. And then if this gets fucked up, you can always come back to that 1 person. If it doesn't get fucked up, then you just send it. It's a much simpler way of playing. Even in Radiant, it's better to play like that.
سيريوس فاز باين فرص مين هم المتأهلين
And then some compositions on attack aren't very good at going exec style, especially, you know, like chamber comps, viper comps. In general, these comps are very good at sending it with the raise Yoru. So like they don't have to default as much. They could do a little bit of pressure here and then just go for a fucking B exec like they just saw. But comps that don't have as much exec power want to really try to exec on the side that's weak. So if there's only 2 players here, they want to try and finish on that side of the map. And even just bait the util out so that they can go into an exec that isn't just going to be exploded by mollies and nades on their head, you know? Do you look at having many defaults, look for those defaults, or is it just a balance between keep it simple, everyone the opponent? You should have multiple defaults. The only reason you'd ever have 1 default is if like the map is simple enough to get away with like a bread and butter, I would call like a bread and butter default, where it's just like, it's just such a good default that it doesn't really matter if the opponent knows how you're defaulting, because you can kind of, it's just too optimal or something. But generally speaking on maps, you want multiple defaults.
واحنا ما خذينا سانت
And then you want multiple execs, you want multiple transitions into finishes from those defaults, and multiple kind of transitions into fakes with those defaults, if possible. Some teams do not operate like that at all. Like if Paperx were here to hear me say what I just said out loud, they'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Because they don't play that way, that systematic.
بس اي سبورتس متواجدين على الاي سايد، وفعلا ده القرار اللي هيحصل دلوقتي. التيمت سجري يخش على طول على السايد، اكزيت يفتح افتتاحيه. ده معب.
But I come from the European style of Valorant, which is a bit more systematized.
على يدينا اوربتل سترايك وقريبين من الفايبر سبيت انقسموا ثالث مثال
I don't know too strong. I can't remember.
مقابل ماوز على يدينا اوربتل سترايك كذلك نايت فول
I think Frost and Baby Bay on their podcast said that Champs was tactically weak or strategically weak, and I would agree with them that I don't think Champs was particularly good strategically.
واخد مساحه كويسه دلوقتي
There wasn't that much depth, I don't think.
من الناحيه التانيه، واخد ولكن ملاقيش اي حد خالص. ساند واخد مساحه كويسه دلوقتي، واقف في مكانه من لاين.
Insert on hookah. So this is the kind of shit where it's like they've inserted hookah, and it's like now it looks like Prussia's short. They could take TP to then join for a B split. So it's like layered strat idea. If there's too much pressure here, they might just end up just going back B split. Yeah, that's what they're gonna do. So they have this space, they can take this space. Fade going hookah is interesting. I don't know why Fade wouldn't just come help take this space. It's just for that eye. Because the eye is pretty good here.
يا ترى اجيب حاجه ولا دوري صراحتها بس هشيل
There's very thoughtful ideas from Twisted Minds.
فرصة انه يتراجع نبغى باك اب يا شباب. جيسي يتصدى فيرست بلاد ولا اروح على بيبو، اعطيني ثاني لكن في النهايه يخسر حياته ليالري. زينو ياخذ كلون من 9 لاعبين ويقررون الدخول للبي سايد لاعبين توستد مايندز. فايف سبيت متواجد ناحيه اللونج، ما هو القرار؟ هل هو رياكت ناحيه السي تي؟ سبايك فاضل مولي لكن اكزت شت داون ورد ناحيه البي لونج اللي صاير تلوث.
Do you think the new patch is as bad as everyone's saying it is? The problem with Valorant patches is, in general, I think there is an overreaction to patches, and it's hard to be reasonable. And so I do empathize with the fact that like the devs can't really win, and the people who think the patch is fine are probably, you know, they probably just think, oh, people just overreact. And I do think that I probably am going to overreact, but at the same time, this is probably the worst. I think it's probably the worst patch they could have done in this moment. I think the game was in the best state it's ever been and was a couple of changes away from being a game that could last another year in terms of the weight state it's in. And then after that year, then do something drastic. But I think that it's really frustrating to watch the game get to a really nice place in terms of like the balance of everything. And even at champs, like I just said, like if people are saying that it wasn't the most strategically best champs and like the kind of play we saw wasn't the best tactical game, that's partly because of where the meta's at. But I think the meta's in a good spot for like a breadth of different kind of styles. And a lot of those styles are very gunplay heavy. And so it's very strange that now we're going to go into a meta where it's like even less focused on strategic ideas, in my opinion. Again, though, if it's in the context of it was about to be the best meta we've ever seen and most balanced and most ideas. The Sentinel is the most diverse role we've ever seen. The Duelist role is very diverse, apart from Yoru being slightly overpowered. The Initiator role is pretty okay. Obviously, still some teams running Initiators despite them being pretty weak. But I think that that's good because like Initiators have been the most played role in the game's life cycle. So like the most compositionally heavy role, and so lots of people are comfortable in them, and so they still get a high pick rate. I think the role that needs to be looked at was just Smokes. Like Smokes was the most like fucked up role because people just play Omen and spam Omen, and I don't even think Omen's like a must play agent at all, but it's just very comfortable. So all that needed to happen in my head was that Yoru gets a nerf, Omen gets looked at, or Smoke Roll gets looked at, and then a few little tweaks here or there, and it was going to be a very interesting meta. But instead, we just changed the entire game. I mean, again, like I don't mind a drastic change, but a drastic change when we're so close to the best meta we've ever seen, or we were in the best meta we've ever seen, I think was a missed opportunity to play that out a little bit. I don't think Paranoia is as strong as people think. The Odin needed a nerf, yes. I think there's a bunch of guns that need nerfing. I still think that Judge needs a nerf. They haven't nerfed the Odin, I don't think, no. I don't know what the game would look like if everything was OP. I like the fact that they've scaled back a lot of the game over time. I like the ult changes I like having the ults being slightly less valuable. The gunplay changes seem good. The map changes seem decent. It's just the agent changes that look pretty bad. Why isn't Paranoia OP in your opinion? You saw it trade for ultimates constantly. Because I think Astra's kit is just generally undervalued. So I don't think that in the context of Astra versus Omen, I think that Astra is just a more difficult agent to play. But if we had seen just as many people play Astra than Omen over the last years, we would have seen a lot of fantastic Astra play. It's just that it's a lot easier to get into trouble and press a paranoia than it is to think about the game and how you're going to play out situations macro-wise with an Astra. Omen also helps with like XX. Like the thing about Omen for me is that it rounds out your composition quite a lot in the current meta, where like when double initiate isn't as strong, you do need a little bit of explosivity, and just adding paranoia makes it easy to add a little bit of explosivity. That's the reason I like Omen in compositions. But in terms of like the history of the game, I think that Omen's been overplayed.
الثلاثة الموجودين اتنين سموكر واكزت يقدر يفتح مساحات مش ماسترز
هذا هو
سبيس
من اصل ثلاثه ادفانتج يا الله يا رب وانت ربي
Haven't seen Exit do like amazing things this game. Hello, Yoru. His stats are very strong on this map, on this chapter. Showers default. The fuck? Lime. Oh, that Viper wall up was quick. That's Fizzy right there. VCT player Fizzy.
مازال معنا فريق مع روتين
لكن شفنا ممتاز جهزوا التهاني والتبريكات فالعسي يأكدها سوية متصدرين مجموعتهم واصلين لبلاي اوفس التشالنجر جيسي يأكدها صارت 4-2 اكزت سان جيسي وزيمو ابناك تويلري في حيرة من امرهم جيسي بيكل ساند يضيف القطعة الناقصة 32 توتل والمينا حضر في قلب الإيميا اول الواصلين للبلاي اوفس في التشالنجر
يا رب الله ستر 2-1 يكون تويستد مايندز حاضر.
Wait, did Leo stream? No, it's a bait.
تويستد مايندز عقول ملتوية ما تعرفش بالظبط راح وداهم ازاي.
It was a bait arena. Okay, right. Who's the next team? Yeah, I think nerfing Astra with Omen will keep teams on Omen, yes. Yes. Who's the next team? Focus. Focus, focus, focus. Focus have not been that strong. I'm not going to watch Focus too much because they've made us a change in their roster, which means their style is going to change massively. They've added a duelist player in, and so they're going to be running double duelist, I think. With your boy Lewis. Your boy Lewis was trying to play some duelist, but IGL duelist is pretty fucking hard. I'm pretty sure Sticky should be streaming some Ascension. What happened to Rod? They didn't meet the requirements for Ascension, I believe, and so got replaced by Job Life. I'm going to quickly run through, like speed run. This is going to look mental. I'm going to speed run this in a way that like doesn't look like I should be able to see anything that's happening. But I'm going to get a sense for what's happening. Some old school bind. Double initiator. Sky flashing showers. Heavy short XX. It's a bit too simple. 3-1-1. I mean, they're doing good stuff. Get re-cleared, and then there's just no... This is why you leave a player here. Come here. Rotate. It's going to be 4-8. Even pushed out. Yeah, that's GG. Nice by SG. I mean, they still win the brute force, so fair enough.
Predicted man, dass man erstmal Bodyshot tanken kann auf die Distanz. Dazu noch eine Flash. Die Gecko Flash zerstört. Wingman Positioning also bekannt. Die Sheriffs von Frankfurt sind gefährlich.
You went to his offline fans to win focus. To see focus when they lost. I mean, SG are good. The weird thing is that like focus in the current form, focus don't look as good as either SGE or Mouse, so they have a lot to prove. Like I think the Duck scene would be kind of annoyed if focus go to Ascension just get fucking owned. Like their team is good enough. Like they've removed Hoodie and they've added someone in, Samad. Like their team is good enough to win Ascension. It's just something's not. The results aren't there. I haven't watched BBL Pacific yet. No, my plan is to just quickly run through this focus VOD and then watch BBL Pacific. I think. Oh my god. This SGE team are pretty decent, to be honest with you. The Dark teams are pretty decent, I think. Mouse looked a bit stiff in the game we just watched, though. I think I might wait, like, basically, I don't fly until, like, 8 o'clock tomorrow. And so I think I'm going to get up in the morning and then go to the gym. And then when I come back from the gym, I'm going to watch the 4 teams in the top bracket in Group A, like the Group A teams. And I'm going to do that by myself off stream so that I can look in a bit more. And then these Group B teams, I'm just going to flick through. Yeah, I have wondered about that too. Why is Eintracht Frankfurt SGE? Yeah, I don't get that either. Can any Germans help me here? SGE Wikipedia. Sports, game and chef. The Germans are funny, man. It's the most German thing I've ever seen. Game and shaft. Game and shaft. I think it's impossible to parody German like language because it already is like a parody of itself. Like the words are funny. Like I don't think you get annoyed with me. The words are funny. What is going on? Okay, I mean, Focus have solid. They leave gaps on their mid round. They don't insert enough. Double duelist style now? Question mark. Schadenfreude. Zeitgeist is a good word. But the funny thing, yeah, that the what is it? When they played, was it here? When they came up with this bracket system, I'm not gonna lie, it might make sense, but it is the funniest bracket system I've ever seen, and only the German league could have come up with this masterpiece of a double bracket. Like I don't. The first seed was instantly in. So this first seed started here. The second seed started here. Third seed started here. Fourth seed started here. Fifth seed, sixth seed, or something. I don't hate this system, but it is the most mental system I've ever seen. Triple a limb is just triple a limb to me. Isn't that just a fancy way of just saying Swiss? Like, it's just a fancy way of saying Swiss. I don't think it's triple a limb, really. Triple a limb just makes it sound mental. I don't have an extension for my YouTube. This is just how my YouTube looks. I think they're A/B testing me. See, look here. So the shower's default happens. What did I say? What, 1 minute 10 info? This guy fucks up. The info shouldn't be coming here. Although it's still decent, the info should be here right now. He should he should have the lineup that we have where you just eye showers or you just prowler through. And then if there's nothing, you put the raise here, and then the fade rotates to B. And then you have 3B. And then the Viper gets ready to spit through the TP to crunch the hooker. So now it's a bit late, but this means rotate to B. And yeah, I mean, they're slightly late. But if they do it on, Fnatic timings, then they won the round. It's this shit that interests me. This is the shit that interests me about Valorant, that I think that if I was to do content more, I would really try to make a big point about this. The problem being is that they've just changed the game in a way that, like, this becomes less relevant to the game. Like, everything about the initiation towards the game have just been shit on. And so the stuff that I enjoy watching the game and, hopefully explaining to you guys at times, it's just going to become less relevant. Have you watched the Lotus game that you were talking about? No. That will not be pre-Ascension. I'm going to watch that after Ascension if I want to watch. Oh my god. Solo. Zas is playing Sheriff Showers solo. You are. Then they horizontally rotate with 4B. Bit confusing. It's a nice molly. Oh, the wingman didn't get half. There was this thing in the Gecko meta where you would you would tap Spike or try to get half yourself, and then Wingman defuse because Wingman would just die to util otherwise. And so by you dodging the util on the half, you then get to use the Wingman properly. Emea Ascension is not on the new patch now. Sky Long, Gecko A. I mean, these two are fucked. This is not. This is. Like, good luck trying to hold B. I like to be justified in my predictions when they get fucked. What the fuck SG are doing? Just throw in. Yeah, this hold is rough. I feel sorry for them. Like it's really hard to be Brim Sky on B. Oh look, they are losing 2 pistols because it's a very hard site to hold. Identified the problem. Identified the problem. Brim fucking Sky on B. It's hard, man. And no reaction on this side of the map either. Like, you'd expect some kind of resistance. Literally coming at a hooker. The TP's late. And it's solo. Yeah, I know. They changed the coach after split 1 of the downfall begun. I don't think it's as easy as saying that they changed the coach therefore downfall. Because stage 1 they got absolutely hammered here, right? They won pretty easy here. This is nice, but then they got hammered here. And this was sketchy. This was like weird though. This was strange. When did Ito join? Ito joined in June, I think, like after stage 2. So I don't think you can blame. I don't think you're correct. I think that he had very little time from what he told me to like implement anything here. And I do think that we should see a very different focus at Ascension. I still don't think they're gonna do that well. But I think that like you can't have your IGL playing duelist in my opinion. So we're not gonna see that anymore. And so they should do better. They should look better, but is not their fault because they rip hold, or is their fault because playing such a different? I think playing Brim Sky. I think playing Sky Brim on B and expecting to hold B site is very difficult. If they're gonna play Brim Sky B, they have to have very quick rotations and have like ways to stall before they get overwhelmed. But every time they get overwhelmed, they're like dead before anything happens almost. Like, in this situation right now, look at them. There's no care in the world. Like these two should be like it should feel like World War III right now. It should be like they should be lighting the beacons, and Gondor needs to call for aid, and then Rohan over here needs to answer. But Rohan is not answering right now, or Gondor is not calling for aid. Something is going wrong. Rohan, I think, is being a bit greedy. Yeah, Wormtongue is doing something over here, convincing the boys that no, we can stay here. Fuck, Gondor. Fucking dweebs. They're fake king. Yeah, it's fucked. Right, next one. We're going to the next one. I expect there's going to be a massive change for this team to play. I think I'll openly say on broadcast I didn't watch many VODs because I don't expect them to play the same. There's no way. What makes IGL duelist bad, at least in the default stage of a round? What makes it bad is that a duelist has to be hyper focused on their crosshair to make sure that their scaling and entering is good. And as an IGL, you need to be looking at your crosshair like a lot less than other people, and you need the resources in your brain to be used on other things other than your crosshair. Duelists don't need to think as much in key situations in which the IGL at that time should be thinking about a lot more than their crosshair. Yeah. Obviously, there's stuff that the duelist needs to think about, but there's times in which they are not allowed to think. They need to be just almost in flow state. Like duelist needs to be in flow state more. The IGL cannot be just in flow state that often. They have to like dip in and out. I'll be right back 1 sec. Thank you very much for the subject. I appreciate it. Who are the favorites going into Ascension? In my opinion, it's Ascension gets weird. Because obviously there's not in Valorant there's not too much data to go off of, and then obviously this is the biggest games of these guys' lives, and so much like champions, someone could just make a run, and some people rise to the pressure and some people wither. But in my opinion, it is going to be these three teams that are the favorites in terms of odds to win. But honestly, that doesn't mean that like I think Job Life are gonna have a rough time because they've changed their roster. They've had visa issues. Dynasty did very well last stage 3, but it depends if that was just a one-off performance. Focus have been struggling all year, but they do have the players to do something. Twisted Minds are like a dark horse team, and Mandatory to me are like not quite a favorite, but like they have all the tools to win, if that makes sense. Job Life have had to change their team so many times, and now they don't have Chiwa or Purple on the team. Their 2 best players are gone. They've had a week to practice. They've had to pick up Stonesy and Cat. And then they've had all the stuff with Unfake getting taken from Vitality, and then Starzo switched to IGL. Sivo coming back into the team. Like it's been, they have no expectations at all, which could be a very good thing for them. But ultimately, it's very hard to put them as a favorite. Yeah, I mean, it's sad for them because honestly, like Chiwa is someone this year, they didn't obtain visas. Chiwa, I wanted to see play for BBL this year. It was nice to see Magnum play, but ultimately Chiwa was the player I was most excited to watch this year for Emea. And he couldn't go because of visa. And then he can't go to Ascension because of fucking visa. If you're 15 and you want to go pro, what would your plan be? My plan would be to sorry, I always answer these cynically. Make sure that you have an education and you have a plan A. Esports should be plan B. You can treat, like, you have to have a different plan. You have to have another plan. You don't fuck your life up trying to be an esports pro. And it depends what country you're from. Because some countries, you know, or it depends what your background is. If you've got rich family, then obviously do what you want. But if you don't have a rich family, be careful. Be careful. Not many people make it. Watch the documentary Hoop Dreams. Watch Hoop Dreams. And then imagine your life was one of those people. Just make sure that you have other options. What are we doing now? The BBL Pacific. It's the boys. It's the fucking boys. Let's watch some shit on Enterprise. Oh, look at that. Just shitting on them as well. Just absolutely shitting on them. I'm a positive though. How'd they lose to Mandatory? I mean, wonky comp. Okay, let's watch some shit on Enterprise a little bit. Where can I even? I want to watch them play like that Corrode is struggling a little bit. 1-2 pistols. The Corrode is struggling a little bit. So I'll watch this quickly. I think I know what I'm gonna do. I really need to watch this though? I should get a sense for their style, but I said to my dad, I'm trying to work as a Valorant observer, and he kept complaining about my addiction to Valorant, saying, do you think pro gamers can make money? I mean, he does realize that most professional players are well, it's rough because I don't want to give you the wrong idea because there are many pros who make the minimum VCT salary or worse because tier 2 exists. And then that is technically worse than minimum wage in somewhere like LA. It's pretty okay salary for someone like the UK. But in terms of a career and leveling up, it's not the best. Unless you're literally playing for one of the best teams in the world, and then you can obviously have a bigger salary than the minimum, and then save your money. And if you're smart, grow your brand, and maybe if you're intelligent and able to like hold different jobs and skills, then you could obviously go into other areas of esports too. Yeah, observing work is difficult to get into and is not like the most lucrative thing in the world, but I would, if I was you, make sure that you have options open in broadcasting space and not just think about Valorant if I was you. Yeah. You should join Atriox's, what's his name? Atriox. Join Atriox's public production hub on Discord if you're not in it. I'll put it there. Like look up that. It's got like 4 O's instead of 1. It's a friend of mine, Derek's, for Valorant and League and stuff. Five-man pistol.
Move into if you're Pacific, but as for Enterprise, they've moved on towards the site. A lot of bodies ready for this executing as it comes in.
So it's not particularly cerebral.
But it's Enterprise who comes out on one of his free range firepower off the ahead in position, so he did. And put Killers.
But who needs cerebral?
But Killers isn't moving.
I need to start looking at the pictures of people because I'm definitely gonna be on Ascension and be like, oh, they brought someone over and I don't know who this guy is. I'm not gonna recognize people. I'm very worried. I'm very worried that I'm gonna get into an interview with someone who I don't know who it is. Thank you, Sonia. Hey, how was the game for you? I have to ask them like bait questions like, why do you think that you're better at your role? And then if they answer, oh, I'm just good at initiate. And I'm like, okay, it's initiate, so they gotta be 1 or 2 players. Quickly look at their VLR. Oh, Killers. Why is Killers? Oh, he crashed. Oh, how long is this shite?
He is still unproven at this level. This anti-equal round where it looks like
Do you have a read on new meta? No, not yet. What do you think of? Ask them what the inspiration for their username is. That's good. What's the inspiration for your username? I don't think that they would say their username out loud though, and most of them aren't going to give an interesting answer. I'm gonna have to get like, cause it's couch vibe for Ascension. I can just whip out my phone and just Google search the team and probably find a picture. And if you see me on my phone on the desk whilst I'm looking at someone, that means that I don't know who they are. I'm more worried that I get told that it's someone who it's not. Like if they say, "Oh yeah, that's oh yeah, it's Lovers Rock." And I like, I don't exactly know exactly what Lovers Rock looks like. And then it ends up being like Creven. I'm just gonna be like, fucking hell, like I've been owned. I mean, attack, direct, 5-4-1. Like, is his champs gameplay? It's just direct, overwhelm gameplay.
Yeah, he's trying to get out. I don't know if he's going to be able to escape. Does so, but still gets the kill. The rest of Enterprise are here to support, and it seems like
It was an ult round though, so I guess it's fine. I wonder if it's gonna happen on the gun rounds though.
bring the level up.
Okay, no, they are capable. They are capable of defying.
More of a def here.
Nothing concrete. With all this information here, it's going to be absolutely massive. It's just Loiter that needs to be careful and, well, safe pair of hands. Gets rid of Yash, gets rid of that.
I like this default though.
Listen,
It's hard to default with this comp as much, but hiding in this corner and then droning,
with all this full and
taking out the
safe pair of
garage.
hands, gets
Look straight into the A play. Quick trade. And where's that? Do they choose to?
They're happy to just take contact. I call this like I used to call this like Turkish default, where like you'd have like people taking duels like here and then people taking duels here. It's a bit more advanced than that, but like these two players should not really be contacting this right now. But it's good for them because they're so skilled. But like it kind of gives up the idea that they want to go A before the players are up with them. And if they trade, then obviously the rotation is going to come in quicker than this. So you kind of want to activate more when people are closer. But it does give them opportunity to just flex their skill.
Just straight into the A play. Quick trade.
I mean, he's dashed. He's dashed in. Like it's mental.
Following it up.
done well. Starkey and
Like a 5v4 quickly turns to a 3v3 for like no reason.
Graffiti will paint the site red. And now, for 45 seconds remaining, Pacific are starting to doubt whether they actually want to go to this site.
Yeah, still Killjoy utility on B, you've got to remember. Rose will look to remove that, and does so effectively. But Doma's still in position to deny. And will get out on the C site early.
Up gunfight, and he'll win the first. Identified through the dart that was here.
For all intents and purposes, still a half buy.
Was the Pacific highest performer yesterday in Creven. He will have a rifle.
I love how quick they are.
Off, but will
It's just eco. I'm not going to take too much attention.
have
Even though they've won.
Any
How the fuck they win? They have shock that aftershock?
Oh, Killers might just be back in time for it as well.
It could be, but the lockdown isn't a bad investment considering
Yeah.
the utility that Pacific have. They have a real chance at delaying, and already it comes through and get back into the site. Oh, and they're not going to do it, but at the last moment, Killers comes back. A 1 versus 2. The rifle's on the ground, but timing.
Demon was activated down as well. It wasn't caught on catch. Go ahead.
What are these pauses, man?
Yeah, bold.
Makes the cables Pacific on this.
BL Pacific in the last grand final ended him up 6 in the red, negative overall. This is one of the big threats that you had to have been scouting for coming into this game. It's airtight.
I mean, their approach makes sense with their comp.
A recon following it up to drop him further back into the position platform which he currently holds on C. That right belongs to him now. Pacific not re-challenging it, and Enterprise starting to call rotation.
With the alarm bot that sits at the front of it, giving Enterprise passive information.
Look, backline, that is now a problem. The players caught in the middle of the map. One of them Loiter trying to TP back out. Spike in his hand.
Ah!
To the open arms of Starkey, who
Okay.
doubles up quickly, and Paranoia's on top of it for good measure. Map. One of them Loiter trying to TP back out. Spike
He
in
like
his hand.
aimed off of him.
Spike out. All of a sudden, and back on the line. Frenzy, but Starkey, well, he just another death sentence. Blades drawn right on the edge to see if he
can find yet another, discards them to find the kill, down to the frenzy, but Starkey.
I'll do. I'm doing my homework for my job. So when I'm done with Ascension, like working Ascension, then I might come back and do some VOD reviews. But I'm not in a rush because I want to relax.
One of the rifles still behind this.
Yeah, it's more as they go towards being invested. BBL Pacific.
Still probably be said for Doma here, Zeke, but he's not long for this world. A triad of
Silver
pistols
ult fig.
here, Zeke, but
On anti-eco,
not long for
fine.
Still
On fourth.
Huh? You got owned. Nice anti-strat.
That they need to send this one.
I gotta add that for Enterprise, I guess.
Fourth. Couple of pings onto the A side, and Killers is spammed all the way from B, and caught Rose trying to go for a lineup.
I don't know if that was
All the way from B. And
This is nice too. It's like they know the breach shot's coming this way, so they could play into sewers.
that was anti for the lineup specifically or not, but it's a kill which they can massively do with here. Kreven playing late through sewers, Enterprise looking to get proactive.
looking to try and find them. That wall is what's stopping BBL
It's unlucky from Enterprise.
Finally it happened. Out from CT.
Probably get it lost.
And that
It feels like a pretty decent breach haven understanding to me
I'm glad someone
from Enterprise.
look too little. They've made them problematic. Enterprise.
From Pacific, sorry.
You'd expect a nice little combination of utility. Nearly grabs him a kill. But it
Some
also
drone
gives the
fakes.
information on the A side.
Rose has been having a torrid time these last few rounds. Every single moment he thinks there's some safety to Yackle
Off of
No way BCF looked the best. What do you mean? You're saying no that there's no way they look the best, or
instead, no full loss. Oh no!
they do look the best?
day in the office for Killers so far.
Wait,
Larrock, their star performer so far, is absent. Claw it back on his first.
been in that, and this looks like it's going to be a fairly straightforward C hit. And with Enterprise being in position, this could be a real problem for the attack.
Yeah, Killers has already found his first, and with Larrock gone, it makes you wonder, can Pacific claw it back from a deficit, and one where their star performer so far is absent, and it's not looking likely.
Oh, lovely stuff from Kim.
I see.
Yeah, sniper of their own.
Game plan now.
It really hurt as he does
Haven is their favorite map, so I'm gonna try and watch some maps that are a bit more less comfortable on after.
Starkey, that's what he's holding on to, hoping that Zeke gets set up. Instead, no, all the utilities hit all towards the Sova, and he's gone. Starkey, the
4%.
The Cascalen's going to keep pick. And still this early pressure towards C, and it seems as if the Cascalen's going to keep continuing.
Oh, great punish from Lover's Rock. Doma just face checking.
Oh,
Gets
Rose.
disfigured for it. Rose 2 more. Starkey the deficit.
It's flooding back through.
With the
God almighty.
Pacific going back side.
Couldn't find
The old school 4A.
You're very
Taking one. The paranoia round.
quite a few is what wins out.
It will be so
131.
This is looking there to steady things. Enterprise.
Okay.
Kreven have alone. This
That has implemented implication.
rounds is what they will settle for.
Yeah, and something that I will say is, well, we've been speaking mostly about this matchup as you should,
but this also has implications too, because later
To brush past BBL Pacific.
Bonus for A. It's like a breach game from 2022.
For that next game.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff.
Looking very dominant, just in terms of the eye test. And goal lines, meetings, it's
See the
typically
pusher. Craven should play for retake.
prize.
He goes aggressive though.
is able to slide one versus the condition.
And a
I don't know what Enterprise are doing, I'll be honest.
that we had previously seen from them. This aggression in the early rounds, which Enterprise haven't accounted.
And that's going to be the last chance through. Let's be honest, has been so attacker favoured through history. Enterprise can down to move bodies towards this stack.
They're over rotating towards this side of the map, which is the correct read, but it's risky as fuck to leave A open.
He's going to be all hands on deck to try and fight this, and has found his first. Yash dropping, and the rest of Enterprise yet to breach the gates. The furthest player forward, Starkey.
It's a nice flash.
This push now removed. Fantastic recon.
Craven looks very comfortable.
The rest of Enterprise to their deaths. Kreven collecting all 5 kills. It's 13-3 again on Haven.
Yeah, and it's a return to form for BBL Pacific. This is what we expected of them on a map that had a composition that we also.
I haven't watched Dynasty yet. Which state do I live in? Brighton.
CS clocking in. Map was live. It is and I guess this is pretty good too. It's live enough. Then
It's a nice recon.
pretty good too. It's live. It is live.
It's live. We'll get
Enterprise running. They'll need to default a little bit heavier. I immediately want to cast some focus on Zeke with this KO pick as well, and the possibility for him to take offline any util with that 0 point. Placement of it's going to be very important.
I haven't watched Dynasty yet.
Oh, no way! Nice shots from Lovers Rock.
Do I have a PaperX command?
Neither do BBL Pacific.
I need to update that, I guess.
An onslaught from the defense. Is this just? Are we just playing like deathmatch or something? Is this what we're going for, guys?
6 points into
Line now. It's entirely doors.
dip into deep pockets.
Deathlock A. Cypher B.
Be just
Setting up the up on B line.
as it stands.
Deathlock net for A.
Steps of Killers trailing off. Sat in the corner of tiles right now. Angle brilliantly. Closing up the distance, but Killers is here and holds the angle
As well, and you can see Krillers is dead.
from the rest coming. Pacific might just be looking to bunker up a little bit.
I've started to move elsewhere. They're starting to get pulled over now.
So Kreven repositioning himself in
Oh my god, that drone.
the drone's going to catch him, but still walks away with one and buys precious time for Pacific.
Rose?
The players starting to load the other side of the map now.
Rose.
From Kill. Crew.
An overall synergy which just took a while to get going at the start of the year. A team coming into the stage with a matter of days under their belt in terms of experience playing with one another. So of course, you know, discounting the history that both Zeke and Killers had on the Ascend roster. Into this round, they could completely break the bank balance, tongue twister, of BBL Pacific.
Yeah, they could. And being so aggressive up in A main, getting that information is going to help to do so. But with that spike heading back, there's a potential problem.
It's weird because the Deathlock wants to wall something, but like, why do you wall if you're who's playing like this?
Got Lovers Rock up close and
Just put it short, go back to double A man.
area where the Bucky can cause any problem for BBL Pacific. There is still utility cast map wide as it stands. They're running
It's a bad
into
recon.
utility cast map wide as it stands.
It's good for info, but you don't need info right now. They have 3 Don't explain it. Like, this recon needs to be used to help with the fight. Recon in this means you confirm it's a B split, but we know it's a B split anyway, because the Euro had the line, and there's a wall here.
Running into a trap on the way out of market.
I think this smoke might be a mistake too. I think smoke loiter should smoke here probably, but he's gonna TP across it anyway, I think.
Break that one.
Okay, he does smoke there, okay.
Continues to buy time into the bank for BBL Pacific to get them.
Oh, he didn't recon. Oh, he's shocked, okay. Now he uses recon, fair enough, okay.
On the site now.
Pacific right ahead of me.
Yeah, this is a perfectly called round by BBL Pacific and the adjustments that they made in the site setup. But on the site, the right,
Get absolutely owned, I guess.
And the hitting always later into the rounds. Driving us out of his
getting the till the utility.
calling out who's going to win the point before it's been updated on the website. The jokes aside, into the next gun round. This one
Deadlock
is
A.
potential swing for both teams when you look at the money. We've got an op out on both sides. Rock locking horns, I should say.
No vice
Very, very passive on A main, but Starkey goes looking and gets punished.
That's a big kill. No small immediately have to take that shot.
Oh.
And it's Yash that wins out the op versus op duel.
Larrock on the line, switches out for the
Larok's just like an opera too.
rifle.
He's a breach deadlock.
Distance, getting out onto A.
KO, Raze, Neon, op player, rifle player.
While BBL Pacific in position on one, and Zeke is not going to get it. Left in a one versus.
We know that the have a or their better side. So we should be a little bit worried about what this attack is going to look like when they move on to the defense.
Late drawn by Yash, still rifles behind this Enterprise side as Lovers Rock gets suppressed, can't TP out for the time being. Over the top, taken off. Yash removed, but a flash onto Rose should mean that he's a dead man walking
To the main, although
negative way. And that's the path to
but as a
Zeke just making try. Kreven.
Oh my god.
Starkey bait.
Kraven's much better than I thought he was.
Zeke looking to try and
I think when the roster was with comeback, like Kraven wasn't like Kraven was just kind of there, I thought. But I think Kraven's actually a lot better than
be a player to
I realized.
Recon Dart is broken to start. Enterprise
I'm not the assistant coach now.
initiator utility to try and bring Lovers Rock off the line, and they've achieved that at the very least. Looking to very quickly reposition himself back in market though, and Doma
I'm a contractor.
some caution about the cross. This reclear and set up from Rose with his own
And I
drop.
don't think my contract's currently active.
oh, they've heard the step. Larocque now has a little bit of
Oh.
delay through
Oh
the
my God.
grab net, but the amount of damage he's able to do through spam is brilliant. 50 seconds remaining. Enterprise need to get a move on.
Oh, Larrock set up by the paranoia. Enterprise looking to counter with some of their own. Now into the Hunter's Fury off the back of the con. Perhaps we're going to regroup
In space. The stands in front of
and it would be a 2v2 on
Sorry, it's getting a bit boring for you guys probably. I'm
from the
a
defenders.
little bit tired, so I'm just thinking instead of speaking.
Enterprise going to be on the receiving end of another very one-sided first half.
seems if Enterprise want to wait for some aggression.
It's also just fairly standard macro. It's like they just keep doing Cypher, Sova, Deadlock, Omen, and then the Yori's floating. It's just a float system, so there's like not much to talk about because they just do the same thing every round. It's the same system every round. There's not too much to discuss. And they're not really getting put into positions where they have to do too much either.
Has grouped up with him, and there's a TP across for good measure. If required, Pacific in position once again to execute Enterprise where they stand. And we do see a response from the
They're not the best at holding B.
They continually
Even when they stacked it.
waits for the reveal to expire before taking the team the same side of
But then they hold it like this when you kill.
Shots and two quick heads collected. BBL Pacific absolutely
did three of those, but when
when those shots are hitting, it's unrelenting.
And that's what you want. Players like that to pop up when it's needed. A clutch earlier. That being said, it seems as if Enterprise is going to continue to flog the dead horse of mid, but sights are not set here. Yash is just feigning pressure. It's more towards the A side, and there's a response. They're moving into Killis.
He's only got a classic, for goodness sake. Not yet spotted out by the TP. Paranoia landing, but that's just kept him busy. Killes finding one onto Lover's Rock, and Loiter forced.
Brock and Forsaken are nominated for Esports PC Players of the Year. I guess you kind of... It's like one of those weird things where, like... Who do you fucking nominate? I think Kayak was snubbed, to be honest with you there. But it's like... Someone who doesn't win anything all year, can you say, like, can you justify to the normies that he was Player of the Year? I don't think a Valorant player is going to win that, right? I don't think a Valorant player deserves Esports Player of the Year. Like, Kayak nominated for Breakout Player of the Year. He can win that. In like the grand scheme of everything, I think he could win that.
Mission unsuccessful. Retake coming in with main control still under their banner. Loiter, another one.
I mean, Leo and Alpha, nobody from Fnatic got nominated in 2023, right?
He just needs to play in with Kraven at the same time.
Kreven's already made his way out from heaven.
There was some weird anti-Fnatic thing with the awards for 2023. Like, I didn't get nominated Coach of the Year, and then none of the players got nominated for 2023. Alpha and Leo didn't get nominated. I don't think. Or maybe they did. Maybe they got nominated, but they didn't win. Over... Oh, I can't remember. I just remember thinking that, like, something was going wrong. Yeah, Potter won, and I didn't get nominated. Which makes me not getting nominated more egregious if my main competitor won.
It would have been an impactful kill to start. At long last, we may be treated to this.
Yeah. I think back then the view on me as a coach was different. I think quitting coaching made people think I was better. I think when people, when I was actually coaching, I think people kind of didn't really care as much.
Yeah, still has the drone at this stage in the round. You're either saving it for the retake or looking for some information. BBL Pacific setting themselves up for the A-hold. The rotation has been called.
Thoughts on 6-7? I have no opinions on Zoomer memes that I don't understand. When I see 6-7, I think of 6'7". Energy Valorant being nominated for Esports Team of the Year. Yeah, that one's... Yeah. But I mean, it's the same with Player of the Year. Why should Brock get nominated for Player of the Year if you don't think that the Valorant team should be nominated for Team of the Year? There's no difference, right? I didn't understand the Spanish or English. What is it? Spanish or something meme? Spanish or English? I didn't understand that one. And I don't really understand 6-7 either. I think Zoomer memes have become like devoid of any meaning in a way. Like I don't really understand them. Yeah, English or Spanish. I don't get it. Like I like weird jokes as well. I like weird humor. I just don't understand. Like I'm out of touch. I'm too old. The org should be nominated, yeah, for the org, but the Valorant team. But again, like if Brock is Player of the Year, then why isn't the org Org of the year. I think it's team of the year, whatever. It's the same thing.
So really it's only the deadlock to initiate on towards the site. A late luck of Craven through mid is one to note.
if he can find anything from it.
What do you think about these teams? I think they're decent. Right.
Brilliantly. On an attack side where they won't be favoured, with the composition that they're running, a lot of direct executions will be expected. Already a mid-brawl about to break.
Why is everyone just walking into mid traps constantly? Teams, come on.
A late luck of Craven through mid is one to note.
If he can find anything from it. BBL Pacific yet to set their fleet on A itself. Killer's hand is set up here, and the defense were looking to flood in backside early. All eyes on Zeke for the time being, a distraction ball, and from the corner he plays it to perfection. Craven fell in beef and
There's no way, surely.
First try, they really need to feel as if for Enterprise as well to
No, comeback's not coming
they
back.
not only need
He's not coming back. It was just a guy coming to people in a mo asking English or Spanish, then saying in English or and saying in English or Spanish the first woman was gay, and some 13-year-olds find it funny. Yeah, I like you explained that, and I know that. I still don't understand it. I still don't understand it. I don't get it. Like I don't understand. I don't know what that is.
the best possible opportunity should that happen, and this conclude in a 2-0 fashion. But as you've mentioned,
Oh, I think I understand now. I think I understand. Like the English or Spanish thing is just because they didn't know what language they spoke, right?
punishment, and that's what the Behold will prove.
I don't think I've watched the videos, so maybe I don't get it.
Recovering a weapon, and given a little bit of time here to get the spike in. Enterprise, they're so quick on this.
to it and one
Ash was to convert for themselves through his intuitive op play.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it.
Varying
I know there wasn't much to get,
it just looks to be straightforward from Pacific. They
but I just literally didn't understand that it was just because they were asking English or Spanish because they were asking what language you spoke. I didn't understand that.
playing in hell and two flashes in pocket, but Loiter catches Zeke trying to destroy the dart, and that gives them the advantage.
Oh, Alpha was nominated.
Forwards with the drone in his face, there was no way to depart. Spike is let the sand. So
Didn't Demon 1 win or something?
Here now is the attempt for the retake going to be it. He's just going at the end.
you've got a couple guardians in here, but that off
I mean-
is priceless. For them to regional team 20 map player.
Play best look. How much
Faker won.
been able to spend
Yeah, I remember that was controversial too, because Faker just wins those awards a lot, despite sometimes maybe what I've heard is that he's not, you know, he's not always the best player of the year and might just like, if de facto gets nominated.
Rifle round of Enterprise's defense now. Starting off with Yash looking down mid. The op's not going to find Lover's Rock as he was searching out for it, and you can see.
Like I've heard he's sometimes been like one of the worst players on his team
taken aggressive,
and then still gets nominated.
but with the setup in play and numbers towards this left-hand side for the defense, absolutely no reason to go ahead and rock the boat.
Oh, big spam damage from Zeke. Being able to get Lovers Rock down low, that will make the
I'm not going to deny the aura, of course, but
harder for him. But here they go through loot.
First
I need to pay attention a little bit.
Fairly successful on 103.
foot. They even give play and numbers, no reason to go ahead and rock the boat.
Will make the entry work a lot harder for
It's
them.
funny to see them play a different style
And Enterprise usually
because the comp, like they can't play like Breach comp obviously on this map.
one final time in round 16, looking for double digits. Loiter has the opening pick. It's late, and so is Lover's Rock.
That's a pretty good point to make, I think.
Second pivot being called. Enterprise falling for it. Hook, line, and sinker. The ops in no man's land. Yash has his head cut clean off, and that will be all she wrote. A fantastically called round from the attack side.
So many pitfalls created by BBL Pacific, and Doma is eager to try and fight back for this operator. He knows that it's going to be an important part to this defense and getting Yash in prime position as BBL Pacific look to try and deny it.
Split and pro on the new meta, Yoru should still be the most played duelist.
They look to try and put little seeds across the map that can potentially mistake us.
Yoru Raze for split, and Yoru for Pearl.
In terms of how the general run of the series against these two have been, it's always been 2-1. It's never been a 2-0. There's at least been a match
Oh.
by either side. You don't expect this.
The focus of the timeout looking like it would have been on Enterprise's extremity control of the mid space as they have done here. Market not considered.
Pacific did well against Enterprise, who prioritised mid. So with that being said, BBL Pacific now set their eyes on that B main.
Here is Doma, unable to get all too much, drops off the line. Yash punished on his re-entry from spawn. This not a particularly eye-catching purchase from the defense.
How was your experience working with a very default-heavy methodical team like Fnatic versus the fast-paced style of PaperX? I think that fast pace is not the main stylistic difference that makes it difficult for me to work with PaperX. I have worked with Fnatic long enough, and we've had fast styles when I have played with them, and I know we've had compositions that can play fast, and I know what it feels like to play fast. So the pace wasn't the thing that is that different for me. The difference is the structure of the team and the way the team approaches the game as a collective unit is very different, and that was the thing that was the most different. The methodicalness of Fnatic is obviously very different. That side of things is different. But the pace wasn't. Default heavy, yeah, a bit different too. But I kind of understand PaperX well enough now to know what works and doesn't work, and where they need to, I hope, improve to round out their game a little bit. Because there are some things that if they could do some things that I think are quite simple, then they would obviously be better. And it shouldn't be that difficult for some of the things that I want them to do better. In the short term, anyway. In the long term, if like the meta changed to the point where they can't run the comps they do effectively and stuff like that, then they'd obviously need to have a much deeper look at their style. But I think they're fine. Hey, Alex. You feel like there's a difference tier 1 aiming versus tier 1? I've never really, I wouldn't know, because I've never coached tier 2 or watched tier 2 to the point where I never really look at people aiming. I don't know. Did you try and tell PaperX to slow down? Nope. No. I tried in some timeouts to suggest that maybe not push in certain rounds. And on anti-ecos, obviously, they probably shouldn't be running at them. But I would never... On a gun round versus gun round situation, I'd never tell them to slow down. Unless they got like a 5v3, and then you should kind of wait a second. This is crazy. Oh, the Odin.
And the spam has caught Larocque a huge loss for Pacific in their post plant.
And I mean, that's something that we saw from Mandatory yesterday. Being abrasive with the Odin usage and stopping BBL Pacific from getting the map space they wanted. It's not a bad hack, but just keep a note on the map and Rose's position.
Enterprise retake stalled out for now, and with Rose through the middle, and the spike already on the B side.
So Enterprise have to, with a fine-tooth comb, clear a lot of space on the map, and Killer's already doing that now, setting up through Link, catching Lover's Rock, and with the hat off his head, Kreven's lurk might just be cut short.
It could be all 5 players here for Enterprise now, and Kreven getting.
Oh my god.
But that's a big kill.
Wrapped up for BBM to win.
Oh, Kraven's done work again, man.
Remains empty. They are not dead yet.
They certainly are not. BBL Pacific looking to finish this series out 2-0 and put themselves in a position to even qualify. What the permutations are to qualify, but this is the best way possible.
In the process, a roster which is so ever team to win back-to-back titles in Turkey.
Camera taken out.
Very true. His luck timings have been absolutely insane. And Lover's Rock trying to get an angle through. Absolutely insane. And Lover's Rock trying to get an angle through B-Main. Can't quite hit the traps. A-Main though is where the real fight's going to happen.
Peeking into it. Lover's Rock orbiting here. Needing to land a few more shots.
Just want to watch quickly. How do they? So
Best in part about Pacific as for mandatory, well, the grand finalists
are they can stay in the Ascension place.
Rays versus Neon.
But against Pacific, there is no more difficult task than this. Starting off on the attack, the Turkish team just casting a wide net as it stands. Both mains attempted as Takas spots the B play.
This is where the spike is. Takas needs to be careful. He has his wall to support him.
It's gonna take. Pacific will leave French side. They can try and stall this as we hit the 40-second mark.
There's 4 people A already.
To try and support it as well.
They got the cancel though. They do have this guy. Oh shit. Are they gonna be able to cancel?
Slow round being called by Rose. So uncharacteristic of a BBL Pacific side who usually
No.
are so explosive.
Okay.
But instead
If they cancelled that, I would have called them the greatest team of all time.
With what felt behind them now for these exact matches.
for Ascension.
For Rose, this stage, previous.
And hit. Oh, already taking bit damage there. Not really been able to get anything off the back of it. An early space.
The problem with my stream, guys, is that for some reason the volume in which I listen to stuff is quite low, and then I don't like it being very loud, and then I get complaints that it's too low, and so I could just turn down. I should probably just get used to having my headset lower.
On B main as well.
Is
Takas
that
in the
better
corner.
for you?
He has a judge in hand if Pacific try to clear this out.
Playing for Kellogg.
Like, is that actually any better?
Fantastic timing on the poison orb there as well. Pacific looking to split the site, but if Kreven falls, then this whole illusion could come crashing down.
Does that work though? Because I feel like I get catfished into thinking my
For the Viper,
headset
but
volume,
it's
like,
one
it doesn't
that
change the
could
volume for you, right?
Kellogg tries to spam on down. Kreven does well to clear it out, and now
Oh, okay. Why?
Kellogg, well, he doesn't have any safe spot to hide in. So that spike goes down, and an excellent split execute from BBL Pacific.
It all fall on the shoulders.
Also make the VOD a
there.
separate source in OBS.
Pacific can thank him for his efforts in
Okay.
dictating the pace at which the main play
I think sometimes it's just like I don't really care that much, and like I don't think it matters if you can hear the volume, but maybe it's weird. I don't know.
And it seems the ultimate
the side
no, I've really been able to this.
on the this whole
For the Viper.
could come crashing down.
3 people B. Oh, Enzo gets owned.
Viper, but it's whether that side can hold, right? As Kellogg's tries to spam on down, Creven does well to clear out.
Creven's done amazing work there.
Doesn't have any safe spot to hide in.
Creven.
So that spike goes down. An excellent split from BBL Pacific.
Creven. Creven.
Mikey. That's his wall and the corner, which is what gave him the heads up on that first fight. Into mid they go. Lovers Rock. Right.
It's spamming onto angles that you can't see, but Enzo might see a whole load. And does so. He even gets his opposite number. So in towards
Kellogg's cracks the whip, finds the first. There is a response. Utility here though, and the off of Kellogg's cracks the whip, finds the first. There is a response, but Kellogg's still going.
Yes, ultimate in, and a third on the round. This has been sensational. Roll it back the years as the spike on Larocque's back. Man.
I think there are a lot of someone who's completely reinvented himself in this team.
I think as well, we all know what the side bias has been like on this map of Abyss. But Kellogg's on an early line, just unluckily not able to get a pick, but Enzo is.
We are on Corrode, Cairo, just to remind you, but
oh, sorry, my bad. You know, just
you know, you're just so excited about the map pool changes. Completely agree with you.
100%.
Rose here, just testing the limits of this.
My bad. Side being like,
We are on just so.
the point is really good, and
Whereas Lovers Rock abusing the movement speed of the Neon here, I should say, but Enzo
Yeah, they look a little bit lost on attack. I watched some Twisted Minds. Yes, I watched earlier. I liked how they played.
Pacific Road. One
the beginning of the game. Spin it.
sorry, I had these performance because of how good that their players are, and especially the support network and utility that they always are able to set up.
Absolutely. Gigantic shoes to fill. A generational talent before him, but even we have
Like
seen
this.
how all that glitters isn't gold when you get to that big stage. Enzo, someone who knows the reality of dropping back down and being forced to perform, and in this game on the eve of what could be the final few matches in their campaign for 24.
Well, mandatory right off the back. The Vi post
one buying.
This map is shit.
It up.
Yeah, because mandatory have immediately bought up.
Taka's been good. Takas has been strong with the. He's playing a lot of like deadlock and stuff, and he's been doing good. Yeah, Pacific's still a top contender. Yeah. This map is bad. Pacific aren't the best at this map, it looks like. But they've had plenty of time to figure out the map. They're not playing bad by any means. It's just not as smooth as their other maps.
Looking like they have stuck to their own devices.
Too much this. Too much middle. I do like the double lurk thing. I do think they're doing middle too much. The main Ascension event starts in 2 days. No. Yeah, 2 days time. Oh shit, I need to pack.
Is able to take out Mikey, so no more omens for the rest of this, and maybe a little bit.
I am on the desk.
To capitalize on the timing, but he doesn't know about the Vice. Mandatory do know about the lock through page. Well, that spike been able to go down now.
Spike planted.
A spam or Kellogg's can find him.
What the fuck happened this round?
Feel like they have no business winning this one at this point in time unless Enzo can connect onto a spam or Kellogg's can find a punish. He'll need 2 more of those.
But he's got a rifle now. Both players are low.
Oh god.
Oh, that's insane.
But for him, you would. This is the first look-in that we will get at the op on the attack side. Maybe that's exactly what they need.
Could be. BBL Pacific, not just the favourites in this tournament, in Ascension as well.
Nah, mid control is kind of catfish on Corrode in a way.
All the way down to try and upset.
Teams used to do very heavy mid stuff on both sides, and it's become like these tiny little choke points are just kind of not the best to kind of come out of. It just feels like.
One of the big two in Tier 2 this year.
Yeah, Rose once more. Starting this offensive for Pacific, which we expect to end elsewhere, but Kellogg's lays waste to Lover's Rock. Deep deposit of Enzo.
And so it's just Odin here. That's enough from Mike.
It's an Odin, for goodness sake. Yet still the result.
It's crazy.
Out of a position. You're not so certain. Not the Asian.
Remember the way
It's another up until this point. But the biggest still laying in front of them. And with a couple rounds left in this first half, still a possibility.
Oh.
I was gonna say that this defense could fall apart, but Enzo spotted the cross from Kreven.
Yeah, they just lost a little bit.
Is very quick to release the showstopper.
where are we going, operator? Look at Lover's Rock. He's left all alone in CT and mid himself. What?
It's only tapates it, receives with his rifle in, but it props it to the classic in hand. Rose.
It's a nice recovery.
Have taken their foot off the gas pedal just a little bit here. Some finely cut rounds. Ones which have favoured the French side. It was Kellogg's with a execution now moving elsewhere.
Speed split shouldn't be working that much.
And he won't even on the lanes in time of our
Savage the 7-5 though.
The ex-duelist player shows
What even causes Odin play right? I mean, this is before Brock was at Champs. Enzo's always like the Odin.
towards the end.
Can you rewind to the ad, please? You'd like to watch it? Yeah, one sec. I hate the Odin nerfs haven't come yet. Until now, the Odin used to be socially unacceptable and ranked here. Now everyone does it because I'm copying VCT strings. I mean, it's always been broken. It's just people didn't use it. Wait, so Alex got nominated for Coach of the Year. So technically, because I'm part of his coaching staff, I got a slight nomination this year over the 2023 year.
that they possess in recovering 4 of the final 6 rounds towards the second half of the first, the opening 12.
It's going to take a massive effort from Mandatory, considering how BBL's Pacific ended up being. The attack looking good towards the end, and the defense, as you can imagine, with basically the same tools that Mandatory had.
Over rotation.
How good this defense side could be. That's the way that we usually see Kuro go, but Takas gets his pistol whip started right.
What are they doing? What are they doing? There's a big fat fucking Viper orb that you're running through. How do you learn how to use the Odin? You just use it. You just use it. I've like so many situations where the Vandal would have been better. I mean, at long range, but you don't take angles like you would a Vandal at long range.
Very clean from Takas. This round, you don't want to call it in just yet if you're on the mandatory side.
Another one to add to the bio. I ain't adding that to the bio.
Hit B. Okay.
Remaining.
The attack. Yeah, but much
I wouldn't have added the... If I won Coach of the Year in 2023, I wouldn't have added that to my bio. It's not...
hard duelist ending. But now back with his former assistant coach at the time, Mad C.
What's the saying? Wolf doesn't care for the opinion of sheep or whatever.
That does wonders for your confidence, really.
Oh yeah, and I think as well, like especially considering how the state of the game is going in terms of the double duelist, but also in certain maps we're seeing it not come through, right? Like maybe double Senti or double controller. So it's nice to see that Taka
One sec.
leaned into that. Like we've seen it happen with a lot of players, but as
Look at this though. I didn't work with PaperX for this. This needs to come off of my bio. I need to take that one off. I think I need to talk to these people. Where's Toronto? They put in this nonsense, but don't put in Toronto. What? Yeah, I need to have a word. I need to have a word. I also didn't help them here. I didn't help them for... Wait, stage 2? Yeah, I didn't help them for either of these things. Toronto's a Mickey Mouse tournament. Yeah. So I was gonna flex on my achievements for a second, and then I just realized that I'm being given achievements that I've not been part of and actively avoided. Yeah, so that's nice. Look at that though. Look at that. Ignore this. Ignore this one. And ignore this one. They got 100k? Oh, we got 100k. Okay, fair enough. We got 100k too. Look at me, man. Look at that. What a champ I am. Why are some yellow background and some not? Those are global events. Global events. The yellow backgrounds are globals. And, you know, I got a few golds. Been to a few of those gold events, you know. Shout out to Lava Series number 5, by the way. Can't believe First Strike gets to... First Strike was only 20k. I guess it makes sense. I mean, we came second too. It was online. Doma, semi-final MVP. Nice, bro. Who do I need to talk to for Liquipedia shit? Because that I don't really... Yeah, I feel a bit weird about that.
You can't stay one-dimensional in this meta in modern Valorant.
Yeah,
And I mean, not everyone is going to be that VCT level top fragger every single time. So,
Were you happy with winning Lock-in or Tokyo?
and I think as well, like to talk about
Lock-in was like in the off season, I genuinely would dream almost every single night about fucking winning Lock-in or like trophy. And so winning Lock-in meant a lot because it kind of relieved me of a lot of pressure. And obviously we hit a hurdle that many people... Like the narrative was that me and Boast were unable to win trophies. Was the genuine narrative going into 2023. And nobody... We were a dark horse team to win the trophy. We were not expected to win, despite the fact our roster was insane, because people just had some weird thing about me and Boaster, I think. So I think people don't realize what the actual mindset I had was, which was ludicrously unhealthy for myself. But
And Takas to Kiko, right?
yeah.
That's
So it meant a lot to win
almost
lock-in.
the same thing.
And then of course, because we won lock-in, everyone then called it a Mickey Mouse tournament. And so it was nice to win Tokyo just to kind of be like, oh, okay, like, you know, if we'll just win another, I guess. You know.
Did the same thing. Obviously, Kiko
So
having much more success on Liquid, but yeah, Takas finding success here in tier 2 after being
lock-in
dropped
meant
out.
more to me in terms of like
On this site execute. So Spike
just getting over that first
basically
hurdle.
being confirmed. If Takas can get this
Why
last
I predicted Fnatic to win lock-in.
he'll be rolling halfway.
I mean, that's fair enough.
Oh,
But I
his
mean,
ultimate. Come
you
on,
know,
Takas.
Oh no, he's actually
reading
to
I basically
obviously.
stopped reading comments after the super team was made because like it was rough.
Kellogg's being closer to the showstopper. Really nice game management.
It was pretty difficult.
It really is. And on top of that, there's going to be a rifle bot up for the two pistol players as well. So
How do you measure what tier team is in? I mean, VCT is tier 1, and then Ascension is tier 2. And then below that, whatever that is tier 3. That's how you do it. It's not. If you didn't win a tournament up until now, would you have continued as head coach? No, I said at the start of 2023, I basically told myself that this is going to be the last year I head coach. And I was going to do everything I could to win trophies. And if I didn't win trophies, I was going to probably get kicked. And if I won trophies, then I was going to quit.
two flawless rounds in a row, and mandatory are actually starting to.
I mean, I think I wouldn't. I don't think I got kicked if I didn't win trophies, but I would have if we didn't make it to like consistent deep runs. I think I would have got kicked. I think
This attack.
I would have been rightfully kicked.
Hope that dies last, of course, but I do agree. It's been a promising beginning to both halves from them. Each and every pistol under their belt as it stands, with a very strong bonus. Pacific, the first of the two teams to take mid control, but the Viper Wall place there suggests to you that Takas wants in on this a little later on. Currently finding themselves in A main here, mandatory.
This map is so boring. He's so boring to watch.
With Lover's Rock on the edge of the smoke. The spike control plus.
Not quite sure.
VCL's VCL's tier 2. It's largely meaningless to use the word tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. It's just shorthand for VCT challenges, etc. Don't say it's boring on stream next week. The unfortunate nature of me is I'm fairly honest and blunt about things. And I haven't done broadcast work for a while. So I'm probably going to say some shit I shouldn't say, to be honest. I'm going to probably say some things I shouldn't say. Especially because it's tier 2, and in tier 2 you're supposed to be a little bit nicer. I'm going to end up saying stuff I shouldn't say, but I can get away with it a little bit, I think.
As mandatory is still 3 players towards B main and noted as the orb gets picked up.
No, still, I think Steel says more than I do in terms of things that probably need to be careful about, but he comes from Counter-Strike, in which I think that it's rough, because in Counter-Strike they literally like, so for instance, Config announced his retirement yesterday, and the analyst literally retweeted it saying what a waste of his like life and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's how brutal they are. Whereas in Valorant it'd be like not quite that brutal. And like he seems out of touch because he was becoming an agent or something. Like I remember reading people being like he's out of touch. And just, you know, I find on some respects I feel annoyed that there are certain things that people don't talk about or get delicate about in Valorant, which I want to talk about.
Lara
Varrock had a strong late position to counter.
Like on the second week of stage 2 or stage 1, no, stage 1, they were asking me about Heretics if Woot should play Duelist. And this was before Double Duelist became really impactful. And so my read was that, like, if Woot wanted to play Duelist, Minibu would have to be kicked. And I said that on broadcast. And it's the kind of conversation that I think that would be kind of fun to have on broadcast. But it felt like the room got very quiet when I said that, you know? And I could feel a lot of tension.
With Kreven face checking, he's only just now heard the gunfire and knows that this
And I don't think the Valorant community is probably gonna enjoy, I don't know. I don't know if the Valorant community is able to handle those kind of conversations, to be honest. It doesn't help that in 2020, when Yinsu and Mitch and stuff were talking about Soulcars, like, immediately there was a bunch of shit thrown at them from, like, artists and people about it. Which I think kind of set the tone for talking about players in that way. I think Riot in general probably doesn't appreciate it either, but I think there's some discussions you need to have.
It's been set down towards mid every time you'd expect that to be the case. Something we saw from Fnatic was they would...
So I'll continue to see where the line is. I think I'm generally not an asshole, and I think people can see I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I do obviously have pretty strong opinions about stuff. The only thing I feel sorry about or mean about is if it's a kid who's literally 16, 17 or something, then I feel bad, but tier 1 is not children. Like 18, 19 is still young, and I will shy away from shitting on a rookie. But like, for instance, when Pyro got the chance to play with KC, I spoke a lot about the decision for KC to bring in Pyro and my kind of reservations about that idea. But I wasn't flaming Pyro. I thought I was more like throwing shade on that decision from KC as a team and org. But then even that felt a bit, I don't know, didn't feel like people were happy to go on a back and forth about that kind of thing. I don't know. We don't get guidelines, but obviously we do a lot of meeting. Like, people don't realize how much work goes into the desk. So for VCT desks, we have meetings and we figure out what we're going to produce and what we're going to talk about and what we're going to do graphics for and stuff. And there's a lot of work that goes into that. And so we have discussions about what we can touch or don't touch in terms of like the big like things we're going to have graphics for or videos for. And sometimes in those rooms and discussions, there's things that gets vetoed or decided against because of like, they don't want us to talk about certain things maybe at times. Or even just from a genuine analysis point of view, it might not be good analysis to kind of just shit on a team or something. So there are times in which I think we push to be slightly more critical, and it's not, you know, it's, you know, it's a delicate thing.
Able to find themselves cycle, but with that being said, we're close to getting
on an absolute tear. His double entry in the previous was key. BBL Pacific gets,
but then I've been told that like it seems like I'm just always negative on broadcasts. That's obviously not. I don't want to just be a negative idiot, but very few teams or very few people meet my standards for good Valorant. I hold them to high standards. There's almost like always a but with me, where it's like, oh, they did this well, but they're still shit at this thing.
An early line onto Takasu, something more.
This was key.
Leaving A completely heavy. Sorry, this VOD's hard to watch. This is like early days of the map being played to some degree. It's not bad gameplay. It's just kind of, I think this map's just boring.
This is so
Yeah, can you guys
unfortunate.
entertain me,
And then
please?
for
This map is very boring.
start here, and still the players are only just grumbling.
It's such a slow, shitty map, man.
In the back pocket.
Bring them down.
When the going gets on the wall, has not managed to find an extra gear or two, but Kellogg's on the wall. No escape.
Be easy, and ends up paying the warning shot. He drifted, so that's
Time is towards
Seconds left.
but with this split, no one will go near him.
I don't think I can. I don't think I've noticed anything really different between the two teams playing. They are playing very similar compositions, but like I couldn't tell you what the difference is between the two teams right now.
Possibly has
10
won the
seconds
round.
left.
10 seconds remain. In a good
fight. Yeah, just
I think I need to eat.
yeah, and
Oh,
coming into this,
that's the most interesting thing I've seen. He's got a lineup that goes on the brick, because like Enzo was throwing it immediately on the floor. It might be min-max to actually hit it here than it is here. That's the most interesting thing I've seen so far.
double duelist with Yoru, so you've got
Vice Thorn's top
extra
mid's
flash
kind of
coming
interesting
in, or,
too.
you know, even
So a reaction to mid take is them to push here. Nice.
Whether it's a KO or a secondary scan to get extra
Get the
info and
up
just
line.
make it way more difficult for the other team to
And now we just see a situation where we'll see here, and then we'll see them full back, and just focus on like these lines. Like this is the problem with taking middle, is that you just lose an extremity, and then you're gonna be watched over like a dog. Like,
back, but this
let's see if Manji can win this round. They're not in a decent position. If they go back A, they're fine because they have this and this, and they got the weak side there.
Pacific have called for Rose to rotate back towards top mid.
Oh, and now they're a bit confused by CT. So this guy should be coming to here. Instead, Loiter's been a bit too aggressive in my opinion. He's making Turkish play.
Very late on the rotate, and Larocque in a weird position. If he gets cleared out easy, it doesn't get in.
Oh, it's Larocque, not Loiter. Loiter's playing Viper. Okay.
Mandatory should be able to win this round.
Yeah, and Pacific should know that at this stage, there's
Ah,
only
but it's Larocque.
one side it can be.
So playing like Turkish is fine.
Holding it down. 3 kills out of the magazine. Kreven in a deep clear. Kellogg's has so much to do and has deep
We shit off here and now.
Oh,
Way traffic for this defense, and they look to finish it off here and now.
oh, aggressive play, but Kellogg's deals with it. Showstopper preemptive for that second player push. But Pacific queue up, no further pressure. They fall all the way back to their side positions. Takas throwing in the pit, but Mandatory not feeling inclined to make their way onto B just yet.
that's the pit that Sliggy showed me.
It's pulling across the Viper of Loiter to the Vince in the site.
Vice Flash also just gone off and collected no info from Kreven,
Oh.
and only now did BBL himself. Yeah, got hit by the reveal. Audio not cut though.
I like how the team tag is more the rear.
The rafters got taken away at the worst possible moment.
Wait, what does that mean? Death of something? Oh, dying of laughter. Ah, is that like if I sent? Oh, that makes sense. Sometimes when I see French people say MDR, I think they're saying merde. Okay, that makes sense. I'm gonna start sending these to my. I know bonsoir is that.
But Mikey still made it work.
Player standing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
One by one, they will fall. Pacific put to rest as Mandatory finally get their lead back.
I mean, the ultimate look clutch for the Steel Guardian to allow BBL Pacific back in, but a well-called round, and a simply close one, to be honest.
I mean, it probably,
All they did
to me, like people usually say that sassy LMAO after flaming anyway.
straight back towards
So
the
probably contextually, I've always just
before where they flip-flop and sure it's close to
understood
rounds.
the same thing.
Definitely won them that last
Okay, the
one.
favorites are Emea, Ascension,
To know what
Pacific,
has the operator back.
ULF,
One away
and
from
Enterprise,
overdrive.
in my
I
opinion.
have to mention, as much as we've been alleviated, set up their game plan. So just having a little bit of player presence there with Takas, tight rope.
The pivot straight towards middle, what deep towards
Yeah, and BBL Pacific.
Lloyd's
Overgam. Almost the Pacific and at the cost of
30
his
seconds
life.
left.
Oh, it is a costly one.
Spike planted.
That it is. I was most worried about the flank, but instead it's called off.
I want to see Lovers Rock playing Euro, I think.
Towards CT.
This
Mandatory
map.
losing their numbers advantage, but gaining positioning in the process. Deep control towards sight. Heaven tucked into the corner is Hip playing from the shoulder of Enzo. Lining this one up, but the Phantom finds nothing. Finally onto the score sheet. Mikey dropping in from the heavens. All on Enzo. Seas and Horn.
I'll find you.
Both released from the pockets, but nothing found, nothing flagged.
Kill back at
This right-hand side is
Tyson
lopsided.
gang, no
Kellogg's
chance. I mean, they have a chance,
into mid, but the
but
locomotive
you
goes
can't. I
wide.
can't just say every team's a favorite.
Players behind.
I think people have a very skewed perspective on, like, you know, when people say if they've got the top 5 players, like someone was saying, like, if PaperX had like 3 of the top, I don't know, 5 players at champs, then how could they possibly lose? But it's like, yeah, but the difference between like the difference between people is not that high, and there's so much variance in Valorant. It's not.
As mandatory regroup, refocus.
There's only so much you can do to guess and predict, you know.
Pacific, 2 more kills back in the feed for a 4-on-2, which doesn't last long.
no, it doesn't. And mandatory.
Job Life are the, like, the thing is Job Life are in the most fucked position possible, and Focus also didn't look amazing. So it's like those are the 2 teams where it's like
But done enough in the process
they should
to just
struggle,
stay
but then
with
even
mandatory.
those teams, it's like they can absolutely just bounce back and just go on a run. You know what I mean? The less expectations you have, it's usually easier for some reason. That's why champs is so weird.
And open on the site. Mandatory have quite a bit of utility here. Hip with almost a full belt. Yet to invest a single piece. Wants the element of Hip with almost a full belt.
This should win a fight, should it?
To invest a single piece. Wants the element of surprise. But Enzo, even with the Odin, nailing the shot and Hip.
It's a nice shot by Enzo, but that should not be possible.
Making his way through spawn side. Mandatory set up to convert the 2 versus 1, but it's the clutch kid on the other side, revealed by the flash and given a haircut as the bullets whiz past Enzo's dome in main. Prowler in hand, it's a bold setup
We found one.
from him here, but with Larok blinded and the reveal coming in.
It's actually kind of close.
No more fresh.
The
Lovers Rock with no way out here.
Hmm.
Kellogg's capitalizes on that. BBL Pacific, they need a way out of this. Larok needs a way out.
They've also got to not panic from this position because Mandatory can't very easily go ahead and hit a site. Every avenue is covered, no main control. Eyes on Larok.
And he's got no way out, just like we said. Mandatory have a way into this series though. A 4 versus 1. On towards the A side. This could be the round that wins it all. Against BBL Pacific.
Yeah, it happens tier 2, like, it happens more in tier 2 too, because this is like, Ascension is going to be the biggest tournament of like everyone's lives, and it matters so much. And it's the first time they're playing in an environment that's different most of the time, or it's going to be the first time this year probably for most of them. And so all of those factors go into just making it more of a whoever holds their nerve and whoever's most composed wins. Obviously skill matters a lot, but like BPL Pacific, like if you look here, what happened last year? It was like the finals got really weird. Like, I think Pacific, to me, like, they were probably like the second best team, I think. And then lost here, and then like lost the finals in a way that was like really shaky. Like, it just looked really shaky. Like everyone, it looked like shaky Valorant all around, from what I remember. And I think that's what we're gonna see when it gets to like the important games. How is that tier 2 path to champs gonna work? Right, so it'd be possible to qualify champs from Ascension. Yeah, next year. Next year. Right, anyway. For the other teams, I'm gonna watch them in my own time. Probably tomorrow. I need to pack and stuff. But yeah. Anyway, I'll catch you guys in a bit. Thanks for joining. Is there anyone I should raid? Pansy's doing Battlefield 6. We raid Pansy. That's funny. You have to play against tier 1 teams to get to champs. That's how that's gonna work. Anyway, I'll catch you guys in a bit. I'll see you guys on Ascension stream. Have a good one.